All right, looks like we're going to pull jackpot out of lanes right now. Follow that out with gear jammers. We're going to get this show on the road. And we're going to start off with Big Bad Brad Bowen, last year's points champion in the Trans Am. Going to take it out for the first hit. He's going to be followed out by Bobby Grabrian. So now we're going to get ready for the first passes tonight. Big Bad Brad and Bobby Grabrian. All right, we're going to have some racing tonight. Finally, after 2 weeks off. This every 2 weeks is kind of neat experience. So Big Bad Brad out of Novato, California, in the 2000 Pontiac Trans Am. Bobby Grabrian out of Novato, California, in the 2014 Mustang GT. All right, now we got Philip Topping and Scott Sturley. Philip Topping turns on the red light 002 to the dark side of the tree in the Mustang. Scott Sturley in Camaro, not a Tesla tonight. He goes 1176 at 112. Topping goes 1319 at 106. Mitch Gately out of Cotati in the 64 Nova in the O'Reilly lane. Bill the Legend Taggart out of El Sobrante, California, in the Taurus. He calls that the Turtle. And look at that. Bill, who says you don't get better with age? Bill Taggart trip zip right off the bat. Mitch Gately at 135. Light, he goes 1024 at 128. And Bill Taggart, the living legend, goes 1821 at 75 miles an hour. And I'm going to be seeing Bill up here in a little bit to get a trip zip sticker. Jorge Valencia over here in the Denzel side in the Chevy Love. And Jorge turns on the big red light. He goes Roxanne. He goes minus 300 red. He goes 1099 at 103. The O'Reilly side was 180 green. Goes 1089 at 128. All right, we got some time onlys coming up here. A little back history on the 71 Vega panel wagon. It was first bought in 1977. First pass was in May of 1978. Entered in first national event in 1979. Last run in 1988 at Fremont Drag Strip. Completely redone. Now it's 546 big block with a power glide transmission. This thing hasn't raced, get this, in 35 years. It's been sitting around collecting dust. They just restored it, and they've taken the first hit on the tree today. That was a good story. Well, he goes 099 on the tree. He did not hold back at all. He goes 1111 at 77 miles an hour, shut it down to about half track, and then he let out of it. So now we're back in the gear jammers for the first hit of the night. We got Patrick Lanoux in the Dodge Challenger Hellcat in the O'Reilly lane. And Patrick Lanoux turns on the red light. He goes Roxanne 063 red. The Denzel side goes 011 green in the Dodge. Patrick Lanoux goes 1179 at 118. Denzel side goes 1449 at 94. Rachel Throw over here in the Denzel side, the actress out of Santa Rosa, California, going against the little Fiat. Ratio goes 173 on the tree. The Fiat goes 085. And Ratio gets there first. He goes 1509 at 90 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side, the Fiat goes 1598 at 84. Well, we got the Mustang over there in the O'Reilly side, going against the Nissan, I believe, or it could be a Honda, in the Denzel lane. The Mustang late on the tree with a 720 green. The Denzel side was also late with a 261. The Mustang goes 1416 at 99 to the 1574 at 91 miles an hour in the Denzel side. And Carlos Hilson in the O'Reilly lane, he goes Roxanne, goes 005 red. The Denzel side goes 190 green. Carlos goes 1249 at 114. Denzel side goes 1436 at 102. Mustang versus Challenger. I always like saying that because it's got the war between the Ford and Dodge. And the Dodge gets the worst light, 262 green. The Ford was better, 199. But the Dodge gets there first. It goes 1262 at 112. The Ford Mustang goes 1292 at 114. Battle of Ford Mustangs here tonight. A Fox body versus probably about a 72 or 3 Mustang. The O'Reilly side goes 085 green. The Denzel side 322 green. He goes 1534 at 72. Where the O'Reilly side goes 1669 at 72. Camaro versus, I believe, I don't know what that is in the O'Reilly lane, but it looks like the Camaro broke. All right. He pulled over to the wall. As a reminder, when you feel something go wrong with your car, pull over to the wall and do not drive down the track because you don't know what's going on. Yeah, I guess he got it started. Because if it's bad and everything like that, they can oil down the whole track. All right. And the Denzel side goes 1493 at 96. The O'Reilly side, the Camaro, timed out. New Camaro versus Fox Body Mustang. All right, Comprod, you should be pulling out right now. Comprod, pull out. And Mustang goes goes 027 on the tree, takes the win over the Camaro. It's a Honda versus a Fit, I believe. The Fit's got him, and the Fit goes 1521 at 91 miles an hour. The Honda goes 13 and change. Hey, Scott, did you bring furniture for Nick? Well, he's not here tonight, but I brought my truck. Huh? Well, I can throw it in the back of mine. You don't have to. Well, that way Nick can come over to my shop tomorrow. All right. Hey, we got Joe Piazza back with his 50 Chevy in the Denzel side. He brought it back out tonight. Going against Chris Burden in the O'Reilly side. Piazza goes 041 on the tree. Chris Burden goes 057, goes 1371 at 99. But Joe Piazza goes 1247 at 105. I think that little piano thing there is because this is Comprod, and he's got a helmet on. Hey, the Denzel side goes 1078 at 131, and the Riley side goes 1078 at 126. We must be in the comp rod. Yeah, by that sound, yeah, I say we're in the comp rod. Denzel side goes 591 on the tree. The Riley side goes 313. The Denzel side goes 1115 at 124 to the 1175 at 101 in the O'Reilly lane. All right, this MR2 should be quick. He's got a helmet on going against Gary Villeneuve. He did a 10-second car. And Gary stands it up in the air. He goes 083 on the tree with a Toyota was late with a 1.147 light. Gary goes 1067 at 120 to the 1071 at 109 for the MR2. Man, that little thing is cooking. Denzel side goes 079 and 3. The Riley side was 052, goes 1216 at 109 to the 1022 at 136 in the Denzel side. Looks like the Corvette broke. We're going to push it back. So we're going to be down here for just a second.
Yeah.
All right, they got the Corvette off the track. Now we're going to get back into Comparod. Denzel side goes 037 on tree, goes 987 at 135. The O'Reilly side goes 503 on the tree, goes 1090 at 125. Camaro versus Camaro. The O'Reilly side gets the better right, 082 to the Denzel's 152. And just about the same ET. O'Reilly side goes 1149 at 120 to the 1148 at 115 for the Denzel side. Oh, here we go. Ferrari versus Nova. You don't get to see that much out here anymore. Ferrari, very nice car. I guarantee it should be
11,
if
12.
if he runs it all the way out.
No.
Yeah, 11s, maybe 10s.
No, 11, 25.
Looks like he's got a pretty good light. Not at all. He goes 11, 62 at 122 in the Ferrari. The Nova goes 1090 at 119.
Oh, is that a black right there? Cookie,
And the Riley side goes 1309 at 102. The Denzel side goes 1076 at 130. All right, we got Lala Pervaloris over there in the Denzel side, making a hit on the tree, going against the Tesla. Lala turns on the red light, 131 to the dark side of the tree. The Tesla goes 136 green. And Lala goes 1224 at 107 to the Tesla's 1171 at 112. Now we got the Camaro over there. Or I should say Firebird. He goes 027 red, turns on the red light. He goes 1027 at 126.
You know what that is? The guy that drives the
And that was Craig Merrill's not driving the Tesla, but driving the Firebird. Now in the motorcycle, we got Doug Love going against Joe Sisk in the O'Reilly side. Joe Sisk on the '08 Hayabusa. Doug Love on the Triumph. Bonneville. He goes 0.34 in the tree. Joe Sisk was late with a 149 green. He goes 9:20 at 147. Doug Love goes 13:48 at 94. Merlin Valencia on the 2018 electric bike. Jesse Dolan out of Napa on the Aprilia. I think Merlin's going to go for a record here. He's going to be in the 22nd class of 15s. He goes 17:97 at 62 miles an hour on that electric bike. And Jesse Dolan goes 12:30 at 109. Alfredo Escadon out of Nevada be on the Harley, going to be last one out using full tree, I believe. Then we're going to switch to 4/10 tree. And Alfredo Escadon goes 3:30 on the tree, goes 11:10 at 116. The Denzel side goes 12:43 at 111. The O'Reilly side goes 13:38. Last bike out, and then we're going to go into Sport Street. Hey, he goes 294 in the tree. He goes 1164 at 115 for the last motorcycle out this session. And now we got the O'Reilly side, dead on Doug McKay. Going against a little Dodge Dart. Hey, dead on Doug. He's got one thing in common with the guy up in Sacramento, David Rudd. Seems like when he wins, David wins. And David's been winning almost every week. So has Doug. But this time he's got treed 0.15 to an 0.24, but Doug gets there first. He goes 13.78 at 98 miles an hour. The little Dodge Dart goes 16.61 at 82. Again, I do apologize for the lack of information I'm giving you on the drivers because I don't have data display up yet on the drivers. So we're just going to muddle through it the best we can. We usually get it around first round. All right, they say the track is clear, so we're going to start them up and get them going again. I believe the Riley side has an Audi wagon. You don't see many Audis coming down here. We see a lot of Hondas and a lot of BMWs, but not a lot of Audis. He goes 8.58 on the tree in the Riley lane. He goes 12.84 at 104. On the Denzel side, goes 16.17 at 85. believe these are the last two cars out in Sports Street. Now, Street is in the water box. And Denzel side goes 1331 at 109. The O'Reilly side goes 1287 at 106. All right, now we're in the street. We're going to start off with a Dodge versus, I believe, Chevrolet pickup. And the Dodge goes 1184 at 114. The O'Reilly side goes 1639 at 80 miles an hour.
Okay.
When he runs, I'll go out and get him.
Okay.
Corvette, I believe, against a Ford pickup. All right, the Denzel side goes 1273 at 115. The O'Reilly side goes 1121 at 124. All right, Denzel side goes 047 on the tree. The O'Reilly side 195. The Denzel side gets there first. He goes 1374 at 98 miles an hour. O'Reilly side gets there second. Oh, wait, there's a good light. Denzel side 051. The O'Reilly side, decent time on the reaction time, 170. But the Denzel side, that was good. 051 goes 1294 at 105. The O'Reilly side goes 1481 at 93. Denzel side goes 087 on the tree, goes 1680 at 82. The O'Reilly side went Roxanne 060 to the dark side of the tree. And Denzel side looks like a Plymouth Roadrunner or Plymouth. The Denzel side goes 015 red. The O'Reilly side goes 109 green. 1243 for the Denzel side, 1223 the O'Reilly side at 113 and 109 respectively. Denzel's side goes 071 green. The O'Reilly side 144.11 green. Denzel's side goes 1125 at 122. The O'Reilly side goes 1615 at 81. Corvette versus Chevelle. An old Chevelle, 66 I'd say. Could be a 67. No, it's 66. In the O'Reilly side, Denzel side, it looks like a C7 Corvette. The O'Reilly side goes 009 on the tree. The Denzel side was late with a 682 late, goes 1236 at 123 to 1502 at 89. Eddie Cooker goes in the Denzel side, goes 042 on the tree, goes 1451 at 103. The O'Reilly side 231 on the tree, goes 1530 at 89. Hey, an old Dodge Charger over there in the Denzel side. You don't see many of those left anymore. That year, that body style. It's kind of like the one that Fast and Furious had, but it's a little bit newer. He goes 1373 at 99. The O'Reilly side in the pickup goes 1639 at 81. So again, as a reminder, if you got an 11-second to a 13-second street card, you want to put a sticker on it saying street legal 11-second street car or a 13-second street car, come up and see me. I got stickers for you. The O'Reilly side goes 405 on the tree. Denzel side goes 351. The O'Reilly lane gets there first, goes 1247 at 107. Denzel side goes 1464 at whopping 92 miles an hour. All right, Denzel side goes 1674 to the O'Reilly sides 1263. $13.39 at 109 for the Denzel side. The Riley side goes $11.88 at 116. All right, Camaro versus Cobra Mustang. I'm saying the Mustang gets there first. I say it's got the quicker ET. To the Camaro, it's a ZL1. Then it's possibly as fast as the Cobra. All right, good light for the Camaro, 229. The Mustang had a 616 light. He goes 11:57 at 128 to the Camaro's 12:31 at 111. Last two cars out of the street. Now we got Top the Cops coming up here. Top the Cops, they race against the high school students when it comes around to it. They've been doing this for years at Sonoma Raceway. I don't know. I can't recall how many years. I think this is like 26th year that they've been doing it. And they're racing the high school kids every night. I think the high school kids got the edge in wins so far this year. But we'll see. It could change. All right? All right, got a highway patrol car. Car number 2 in the Denzel side. Going to get the first hit. I call this a 16 or 17 second class because that's what they run. They always run in the 17s. Occasionally they break into the 16s. 306 light for the highway patrol officer in the Denzel side. Decent light. And he's still going down the track. He goes 17:37 at 82 miles an hour. See what I said, 17 second class? On the Riley side, car number 1 out of the Fairfield Police Department. Goes 009 red. He goes 16:63 at 82 miles an hour. Car number 4 out of Fairfield Police Department. I believe they got Ford Exploders. He goes 371 on the tree. He's finally going to get down the track. He goes 1686 at 81 miles an hour. Hey, they stepped it up. They're no longer 17-second cars. The Riley Lane, the highway patrol car, the white one. He goes 1631 at 85. Car number 6 out of Highway Patrol. He goes 338 on the tree. He goes 1681 at 79 miles an hour. Nevada Police Department now pulling down the track. He goes 189 on the tree. The Fairfield Police, the Nevada Police Department. He goes 189 on the tree, he goes 1607, and the last police car out of Nevada, car number 7. Gonna round out the top the cops portion of this event. He goes 535 on the tree. Now you got to remember, all these police officers give up their own time to come down here to do this. They're not on the clock by no means, and they don't get paid for it. So I give a applaud out to the cops for going to do this for the kids. He goes 1653 at 83 miles an hour. You want to talk to security? You're right there in the yellow vest. Hey, security, we need you to the tower. Security, we need you to the tower. All right, the rally side goes, hey, that's a new record for tonight. 20:51 at 63 miles an hour. I think that was slow, almost as slow as my white Mustang convertible was when I was racing it here. I was like 22, 21.
Wow.
And then I put smaller tires on the back and actually got into the 19s. Denzel side goes 1592 at 79 miles an hour. The Riley side goes 1703 at 80 miles an hour. We're in the high school now. Moving follow high school out with some test and tunes. So remember, if your car goes 11 seconds to 13 seconds in the quarter mile, I got stickers up here for you to put on your cars. So if you guys want them, I got them. The Riley side goes 1321 at 107.
Good lunch.
The Denzel side goes 452 on the tree, goes 1690 at 74. Last two high school students coming up. Looks like a new Ford truck going against a Mustang. What do the kids get? I never got that kind of car when I was a kid. I mean, I got hand-me-down junk, not nice new stuff. 1482 at 76. The Riley side goes 1495 at 91. Okay, the test and tune. We got two Chevy pickups going against each other. The guy in the O'Reilly lane thinks running with your tailgate down makes you go faster. Hey, do you know that Mythbusters did that on TV and totally debunked that idea? The pickup trucks are made to have the wind come off the top and it swirls back and it hits the tailgate and actually makes downforce in the back of the bed, and it does it in a circular motion. And you're defeating that purpose by having the tailgate down. He goes 1228 at 113 to the 1276, tailgate up at 114. All right, we're back into Comp Rod. Bobby Grabian out of Novato in the Mustang. Big Bad Brad Bowen out of Novato in the 2000 Pontiac Trans Am. Bobby and Brad are best friends, or best of friends. Brad's getting married next year. It's going to be a long engagement. He goes 003 red. Bobby goes 039 red. So if this were a real race, Brad would have won it on, he was closer to zero for the red light. Brad goes 1227 at 110 to the 1264 at 110 for Bobby. Phil Topping in the Mustang. Mitch Gately in the Nova. Mitch Gately goes 013 red. He goes 1019 at 129. Philip Topping 051 green. He goes 1301 at 108. Bill, the legend tagger who went trip zip the last time out, going up against Scott Sturley. Not in a Tesla, but in his Camaro. And Scott Sturley goes 044 green. Bill Taggart turns on the red light after a trip zip, goes 028 red. Scott Sturley goes 1174 at 113. Taggart goes 1810 at 75 miles an hour. Sean Ealing, the world famous Ealing Racing Clan out of Roanoke Park at a 91 Corvette. And speaking about Ealing, there's his brother Mike walking right by me. Sean goes 006 green in the Corvette. Jorge Valencia, a 005 red. He goes 1081 at 119 to the 1027 at 130 for Sean Ealing. Jorge Valencia made a good pass. Mitch Horton out of Napa in the 68 Firebird. Mitch Horton goes 034 green. The Denso side goes 090 green. Mitch Horton goes 996 at 132 to the 1068 at 132 for the Denso side. Steve Ball out of Napa in the Mustang. Big Bad Dan Brown in the Camaro. And in the back lanes, I see the Manley twins racing. The dad, Ron Manley, in the Camaro, coming up to the water box. All right, Steve Ball turns on the red light. He goes 1304 at 103. Dan Brown had an issue. He shut it down early. He goes 2253. Hope everything's all right with Dan's car. Larry Ball in the 71 Chevy C10 pickup. Byron McCulloch in the 67 Camaro. Larry Roll goes 008 on tree, goes 1041 at 124. Byron McCulloch goes 041 on tree, goes 1050 at 126. Ron Manley, who has a dream job of mine, locomotive engineer in the Camaro. Zach Ealing from the world famous Ealing Racing Clan in the 69 Nova. Ron Manley goes 041 on the tree. Zach Ealing goes 045. Manley should get there first, which he does. He goes 1092 at 134. And Zach Ealing's 1209 at 106. Craig Merrilees out of Windsor, not driving a Tesla today, driving a Firebird, a naturally powered gas engine car. He goes 153 on the tree. He goes 1021 at 127. Now we're back in the gear jammers. And they're going to go for the second time run of the night for gear jammers. Hey, Mike. And Denzel side goes 141 on tree, goes 1202 at 121. The Riley side turns on the red light, goes Roxanne 011. He goes 1463 at 94. Rachel Throw and Scott Frazier in the Fiat. Rachel Throw, the actress out of Santa Rosa, in the little Honda Spoon. It goes 061 on the tree for Rachel. Denzel side goes 110 on the tree for Scott Frazier. Rachel gets there first, goes 1507 at 90 miles an hour. Scott goes 15 and change. And the Riley side goes 1384 at 100. The Denzel side goes 1520 at 93. We got Carlos Hilson in the Denzel side in Little Miata going against the Mustang in the O'Reilly lane. And Carlos Hilson goes 029 on the tree, goes 1298 at 109. The O'Reilly side turned on the red light, goes 1552 at 75. I don't know what that is screaming like that in the Denzel side, but it sure sounded cool. Denzel side goes 382 green. The O'Reilly side goes 064 red. He goes 1215 at 114 with a Denzel side goes 13 seconds and change. Denzel side got the better of the two lights, 126 green to the 524 green in the O'Reilly lane. And Denzel side gets there first, goes 12.94 at 114. The O'Reilly side goes 12.93 at 110. Mustang versus Fit. And the Fit's got the better, well, not the better light, but he's quicker off the line. He goes 317 on the tree to the 122 of the Mustang. And the O'Reilly side gets there first. He goes 15.48 at 80 miles an hour. The Mustang 16.52 at 96. So Fit beats Mustang. Yeah, right. The O'Reilly side, good light, 062. The Denzel side, 702. But the Denzel side is going to get there first. Goes 14.47 at 96. The O'Reilly side, still going down the track, goes 19.56 at a whopping 67 miles an hour. Camaro goes 014 in the O'Reilly side. Denzel side goes 107 red. The O'Reilly side gets there first, goes 11.76 at 118 to the 12.67 at 109. All right, Denzel side goes 091. The O'Reilly side goes 490. And the Denzel side goes 13.83 at 103. The O'Reilly side goes 15.27 at 92. Double red lights. Denzel side goes 004 red to the 167 red in the O'Reilly lane. So the Denzel side would have taken the win that were real race because he was close to zero. Goes 12.69 at 95. The O'Reilly side goes 13.81 at 97. I believe that's Steve Jaslewski over there in the Denzel side, making an appearance here tonight. He goes 0.77 on the tree. That is Steve. We call him Grumpy around here because he drives a stick shift just like Grumpy Bill Jenkins did. He goes, all right, I believe this is going to be some time onlys. We got that Vega wagon that I talked about. Going to follow up by Marco coming out in the Nova. All right, here goes Marco Peravaloris taking out that Nova for a hit right now. He's going to, last week, 2 weeks ago, they had a new converter in it, and he took it down the track, so I don't know how hard he's going to hit it this time. Marco goes 006 red. He goes 10:33 at 96 miles an hour, shutting it off early. So that was a good pass. Now you got two Teslas going at it. Back in the comp rod. I believe the one in the O'Reilly side is a plaid. We'll know by how fast it is. It's 9 seconds. It's a plaid. And he gave up a bunch of light track at the light. He goes 1.37 green. He goes 9.91 at 142 in the plaid in the O'Reilly lane. The Denzel side goes 11.70 at 113. Joe Piazza going against Chris, the most interesting man in drag racing, Burden. And Piazza goes 0.76 on the tree. Burden goes 0.14. That would have been a great race. Piazza gets there first. He goes 12.35 at 106 and a 13.62 at 100 miles an hour for Burden. All right, Denzel side couldn't get any traction. Goes 661 to the 589 in the O'Reilly lane. He goes 1164 at 130 to the 1194 at 127 in the Denzel side. Kevin Diadamo in the Corvette in the O'Reilly lane. I can tell by his number, D762. He's your points champion for last season here at Sonoma Raceway. He goes 051 on the tree. Denzel side goes 327. And Denzel side gets there first. He goes 1106 at 131 to the 1207 at 110 for Kevin Diadamo in the O'Reilly lane. Little MR2 in the Denzel side. That thing was fast last time down the track. Kind of surprised me. It went 10 seconds in the quarter mile. And change. Oh, did you see what's given out for the trophy? For the race, for the NASCAR race? They kind of look familiar. The Denzel side, little MR2 goes 10.53 at 100 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side goes 10.85. Mark Carlson over there in Denzel side in the 9-second Camaro. Mark Carlson goes 0.77 on the tree. He's going to be in the, it goes 10.25 at 136. The O'Reilly side goes 11.57 at 121. And once again, do not turn left when you exit the track. It's a right-hand only track to exit here. We got two exits, a short one and a long one. Feel free to use whichever one you want. Right-hand exit only, and right-hand car has right of way. The Riley side, 091 on the tree. Man, that thing is fast. For whatever it is, whatever the time it is, he goes 11:45 at 117. I thought it was faster than that, but hey, the Denzel side turned on the red light, 004, goes 12:49 at 121. Ferrari, O'Reilly side, And the Copo Camaro clone goes 070 on the tree. Goes 985 at 136 to 1194 at 120 for the Ferrari. Camaro versus Mustang. Going down the track right now. Denzel side goes 045 on the tree and goes slow. It looks like something happened. The Riley side goes 030 on the tree. Goes 1112 at 119. We're going to see if the car in the Denzel side actually makes it down. And he does. All right, the Riley side got a Nova. The other side's got a Camaro. Both have just about equal reaction times. Denzel side 191, the Riley side's 160. He goes 1083 at 121 to 1148 at 122. Now we got Christopher Martin in Denzel's side going against Gary Villeneuve in the Nova in the Riley lane. Gary stands it up in the air, and I do mean stands it up in the air. He goes 083 red though, where Christopher Martin goes 596 on the tree. He goes 1059 at 121 for Gary. Chris goes 1070 at 126. We got Lala Perillos over here in the O'Reilly lane in the Nova wagon. And we're going to follow this out with motorcycle. Lola goes 164 on the tree. The Denzel side goes 514. Denzel side goes 1124 at 123 to Lola's 1221 at 107. Now we're in the motorcycle. We got Doug Love, your reigning points champion, in the Denzel side, going against his arch nemesis, Joe Sisk, in the O'Reilly lane. These guys battle it out every year, it seems like, in the points championship here. And Doug kind of gets the edge on Joe most of the time when it comes to points. Doug Love, reaction time 045, Joe 226. Joe goes 924 at 146. Doug Love goes 1342 at 96 miles an hour. Okay, we got Jesse Dolan on the Aprilia. Merlin Valencia on an electric motorcycle. It's not a bicycle, it's a motorcycle. He goes 172 on the tree for Merlin, and Jesse Dolan goes 312 on the tree, goes 1172 at 130. Merlin finally gets on the track. He goes 1776 at 64 miles an hour. I believe he tows that to the track on with a Prius. Travis Capos goes 262 on the tree. The Denzel side goes 062, goes 1149 at 119. Travis goes 1171 at 115. Alfredo Escadon Denzel's side. You gotta love it when you see a bagger go down the track, and especially when it's a Harley. Goes 430 on the tree. He goes 1168 at 114. Not bad for a bagger. Dennis Odell on the Suzuki, last bike out. Odell goes 377 on the tree, goes 1228 at 115. And that'll finish up motorcycle. Now we'll go back into Sports Street. Emily Sager in the Dodge Dart. Doug McKay in the 2021 Ford F-150 pickup in the O'Reilly lane. He's your reigning points champion from last season, dead on Doug. If he wins tonight, I wonder if David Rudd is going to win up in Sacramento. Because if he does, Rudd does. It's kind of weird how that works out. Doug McKay goes 030 on the tree. Emily Sager goes 250. Doug goes 1373 at 98 miles an hour to the 1655 at 82 for Emily. Alan Ali Budbud out of Oakley in the Audi. Tony Nunez out of Petaluma in the Lexus. And Alan Ali Budbud goes 1284 at 104. Tony Nunez goes 1597 at 85. Jason Fowler out of Vacaville. Mike Young out of Petaluma in the Volkswagen. Jason in the 2019 Ford pickup. Jason Fowler goes 267 on the tree. Mike Young goes 227. Jason gets there first, goes 1259 at 107 to Mike Young's 1339 at 108. Okay, we got Greg Collins and John Trimboli going at it. Trimboli in the 221 Dodge. Collins in the 2016 Audi. He goes 119 red to the dock side of the tree. John Trimboli goes 347 green. He goes 1126 at 123 to the 1173 at 114 for Trimboli. Ron Lamori out of Danville in the 2014 Cadillac CTS against Walt in the 08 Mustang. Walt turns on the red light. He went Roxanne. Ron Lamori goes 199 green. Walt goes 1387 at 98 miles an hour to Ron Lamori's 1504. Ben Mack out of Fairfield in the 2018 VW. Dork Walker. I'm not kidding, this is Dork. He goes 076 red. He goes 1485 at 93 miles an hour. Ben Mack still going down the track. He's going to set a new all-time record here. He goes 25.90 seconds at 54 miles an hour. That's slower than my Mustang. Stephen Haber out of Fairfield in the Challenger. Jason Pike out of Healdsburg in the Mustang.
What'd you do with the no Tesla tonight? He gave it up for gas. Both you guys gave it up for gas.
Stephen Haberger goes 057 on tree, goes 1222 at 113. Jason Pike goes 157 on tree, goes 1476 at 94 miles an hour. Don Hensley out of Brentwood in the 66 Chevelle. Dan Stoner in the Chevy pickup. Don Hensley goes 047 on the tree, goes 1493 at 90 miles an hour. Dan Stoner goes 412 on the tree, goes 1599 at 81 miles an hour. Mark Hanesian in the Roadrunner. Patrick Ryan out of Windsor in the BMW. Mark Hanesian goes 1244 at 108. Vince Hodger in the Denzel side in the 2019 Z06 Corvette. Ron Drummond out of Manteca in the 71 Corvette.
You want me to tell him that, Eric? Yeah, I know. That's what I figured. All right.
And Ron Drummond, not a police car, goes 1230 at 110. Vince Hodger goes 1254 at 125. Shane Redding out of Castro Valley in the 2017 Nissan going against the Corvette Z07 in the Denzel side. And Shane Redding goes 1299 at 103 to the 1270 at 113 for the Corvette. Isaiah Montowitz out of Oakley in the Camaro. Joshua Lake out of Petaluma in a 94 Buick. Man, he's driven everything here, Joshua Lake. From 94 Buicks to Bentleys. All right. Hey, you got Charlotte's Gorlich here back. Goes 002, so she's going to come up to the tower and see me. Eddie Cooker goes 12-12 on the tree. It's good to see Charlotte back. She's taking some time off from college, and when she gets here, she goes racing. She goes 14.66 at 92 miles an hour. Eddie Cooker goes 14.45 at 99. Spencer Marcel, I haven't seen him here for a while, out of Roner Park in the 73 Dart. Terry James, out of San Bruno in the Charger. It's a whole Dodge race here right now. Spencer Marcel gets the better light, 042. He goes 13.10 at 107. Terry James was 4.33 on the tree, goes 12.53 at 107. Clay Gatsu out of Healdsburg in the 2013 Jeep Grand Cherokee, going against Michael Gervais out of Guerneville in the 08 Toyota pickup. Michael Gervais goes 041 on the tree in the Toyota.
See you on the 14th, Gary.
He goes 16.59 at 88 to Clay Gatsu's 14.62 at 93. Mateo Correa Jago out of Martinez in the Cadillac. Ron Everhart out of Roner Park in the Camaro. And Mateo goes 480 on the tree, goes 1189. Ron Eberhardt goes 022 on the tree, goes 1235 at 111. Samuel Ramirez out of Redwood City in the 22 Ford. Josh Schaefer, or Saffer, out of San Francisco in the 2010 BMW. And that 2022 Ford is a Mustang Cobra. The Cobra goes 491 on the tree. Josh goes 791. Josh gets in first, goes 1310 at 109. Samuel goes 1378 at 102. Charles Roberts out of Oakland in the 66 Mustang, going against the Dodge Demon Hemi over there in Denzel's side in the Challenger. I think it's a shame that Dodge is going to be not making those cars after this year. They're giving into the battery electric cars. Charles Roberts goes 027 on the tree. He goes 1235 at 108 to the 1274 at 123 for the gas-burning Dodge Challenger. All right, well, one of these guys are going to take them out of reverse before the lights start coming down. Oh, okay, they did. I remember that happened one time here when Ashley Brown was racing. She put it backed up and the lights came down, and she didn't take it out of reverse and hit the gas and went backwards. I almost hit Kyle Seipel's car at that time. Was funny as heck. Denzel's side, the Denzel side got a Ford A Dodge going against another Dodge. And Denzel side goes 1335 at 102. O'Reilly side's 1353 at 99. And now we're going to follow this up with Top the Cops. They're coming back out for another hit at the tree. And not too bad a light in Denzel's side, 289. The O'Reilly side, well, double that. He goes 1261 at 107 in the O'Reilly lane. The Denzel side goes 1326 at 102. Now we're back with the Top the Cops. We got Officer Duretti out of Santa Rosa CHP in the Denzel side, going to take his hit at the tree. Let's see how good his light is. 150. Oh, he sets the standard for this round of time runs, because next time when they race, they're going to be racing the high school students. So let's see who's got the best light. He goes 1736 at 82 miles an hour. J-Mac out of Fairfield, he's got 150 to get or better on the tree this round. So let's see what we get here from J-Mac. It doesn't count because he goes red, 068. So Duretti still at the pole position, leader in the clubhouse with a 150 light. J-Mac turned on the red. He goes 1669 at 82. Officer Zan out of Santa Rosa CHP goes 544 in the tree. So Duretti with a 150 light, still your clubhouse leader in reaction time for the police officers. And Zan goes 1628 at 85 miles an hour. Officer Leon out of Nevada Police Department going to take his hit at the tree. 150 or better. He goes 396 green, not good enough. Stu Duretti with a 150 light is your clubhouse leader. He goes 1658 at 83. Officer Hauser out of Nevada Police Department goes 216 on the tree, so not good enough. Duretti is still your clubhouse leader with a 150 light. He goes 1678 at 82. Officer Paulson out of Napa CHP goes 292 on the tree. Stu Duretti with a 150 light is your clubhouse leader. Last person out to have a chance to beat him is in the water box. And Paulson goes 1697 at 79. And that one doesn't do it. He goes 622 on the tree, so Duretti with a 150 light takes the round for the police officers in best reaction time. He goes 16 flat at 88 miles an hour. Now we're going to go back into high school, where I see an old Avante, Studebaker Avante coming up to the water box. I mean,
Yeah, they don't make them no more. They do noticing that a supercharger and fiberglass before the Corvette. I mean, as the Corvette. Yeah.
Madison Everhart, William Johnson Jr. Madison goes 050 on the tree. She goes 15:29 at 89 miles an hour. William Johnson Jr. goes 20:46 at 64. James Cooper driving a 63 Avante. Ethan Smith with the '08 Acura. Now, those Avantes were state-of-the-art back in 1963. They came with Paxton superchargers on there, and still not a very fast car. I don't know if that one has a supercharger or not. He goes 17:22 at 80 miles an hour. Ethan Smith goes 15:22 at 91. Cody Friedhoff driving the '05 Chevy pickup. Wyatt Paulson out of Napa driving the 2019 Chevy pickup. I got tongue-tied there for a moment. And Wyatt Paulson goes 15:07 at 91 miles an hour. Cody Friedhoff goes 16:85 at 80 miles an hour. Dylan Getra, Ryan Yarbera out of Rohnert Park, and Dylan out of Petaluma.
Yeah, we're gonna have a new winner in high school. That's about time.
Ryan Yarbera goes 178 on a tree. Dylan goes 311. Looks like Dylan's going to get there first. He goes 13:47 at 85 miles an hour. I mean, 110 on the mile an hour. 14:16 at 92 for Ryan Yarbera. All right, we got some time onlys coming up. 2 Chevy pickups. And a Chevy versus a Ford pickup. Oh, we got a lot of trucks here tonight. I mean, oh, wow. Huge number of test and tune trucks.
I don't know. Yeah.
I wonder if there's something special going on since we got all these pickup trucks going here on test and tune. Well, we didn't hear anything, so I'm guessing no, but yeah, it could be. All right, but this is your final rotation. So next time around, everybody put your numbers on the cars. Not this time, but next time we go through this rotation, and then we're going to get numbers on your cars for next round. After this is racing for real. So once again, this is your last time run coming up, starting with jackpot, okay? Last time run. Here's that little Vega panel wagon that's been sitting for 35 years since it's last been on the starting line under its own power. It's been getting faster and faster every pass. So let's see what happens this time around. It's got a big block Chevy in it, so that's going to be entertaining. And then we're going to follow it up with the last time runs here in Jackpot. And he goes 10 on the tree. 10 on the tree. He goes 9.52 at 138. That is hauling the mail for a car that hasn't been on the track for 35 years. Good build. Big Bad Brad and Bobby Grabian. Mustang versus Trans Am. Big Bad Brad turns on the red light, 024 to the dark side of the tree. Bobby Grabian goes 033. He goes 1260 at 110, but Big Bad Brad goes 1220 at 111. Philip Topping in the Mustang. Doug Pipitry in the 2023 BMW.
Oh, that's so you can give out trophies to the EV class? Yeah. Do you want me to tell them that, or do you? Oh, all right.
Philip Topping goes 022 on the tree, goes 1253. Bill Taggart, the legend, goes 022 on the tree. Dan Brown goes 029. Taggart goes 1805 at 76. Dan Brown goes 1141 at 116. Scott Sturley in the Camaro, not in the Tesla. He went to naturally powered gas car. Steve Ball in the Mustang. He goes 029 on the tree. Scott Sturley turns on the red light, 022. Scott goes 1165 at 114. Steve Ball goes 1303 at 103. Mitch Horton out of Napa in the Firebird. Mitchell Gately out of Catadia in the 64 Nova. Mitch Gately goes 021 on the tree. Mitch Horton goes 296. Mitch Horton goes 999 at 133 to the 1014 at 129 for Mitch Gately. Zach Ealing out of Ronan Park in the 69 Nova. Marco Peralores out of Petaluma in the 63 Nova. What can you say about Marco that hasn't been said? He's a great kid. And so is Zach Ealing. These are two, one established racer, Zach Ealing, up and coming. His sponsor, hey, Honest Mike's Race Cars. Marco goes 019 on the tree. Zach goes 031. Marco's going to get there first by far. He goes 1047 at 93 miles an hour to the 1205 at 107 for Zach Ealing. Larry Ball out of Napa in the 71 Chevy C10 pickup. Sean Ealing out of Ronan Park in the 91 Corvette. And Sean goes 007 red. You don't get a sticker for that, Sean. You didn't go bond. You went unbond. Larry Ball goes 012 on the tree. He goes 1051 at 123, with Sean Ailing goes 1023 at 130. Ron Manley out of Fairfield with as I said, my dream job, locomotive engineer, Byron McCulloch out of Petaluma in the 67 Camaro. And Ron Manley goes 012 on the tree. Byron McCulloch goes 020 on the tree. He goes 1049 at 126 to the 1093 of Ron Manley at 134. Craig Merrill's swapping out the electric Tesla for a gas-powered 78 Camaro. And he left before the tree was activated. Well, he rolled through the beams. He says, I heard that he's having problem with his trans brake, so he does not get a time. So it brings us back to Gear Jammers. We've got Patrick Lanoux out of Benicia in the Challenger, Michael Contreras out of San Bruno in the Ford. Lanoux turns on the red light, 014 to the dark side of the tree. Contreras goes 248 green. Patrick Lanoux goes 1168 at 123. Michael Contreras goes 1421 at 100. Ratio throw in the Honda out of Santa Rosa. Anthony Contreras out of San Francisco in the 87 Honda. Ratio throw 186 on the tree. Anthony 164. Anthony actually had the better light. And he gets there first. He goes 15 flat at 93 miles an hour to Ratios 1506 at 92. Carl Hilson in the Miata. Scott Frazier in the Fiat.
So they get a trophy for racing EV class tonight? Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah.
All right, Charles Anderson goes 174 in the tree, goes 14 and change. Jose Bolamas out of Vallejo in the Affinity. Kali Pugh out of Lafayette in the 2016 Ford Fiesta.
How you doing?
And Kelly goes 1511 at 93 miles an hour. Verdi Milk in the O'Reilly lane goes 107 red. And the dental side broke and pulled off to the side, so we're going to go send fire safety out and have them take a look at the one against the wall. So we're going to be down for momentarily till fire safety gets there and gets them off the track. All right, we have fire safety towing the car that broke on the track off it. So as soon as they're done, we're going to get you guys a clear track and send you down. All right, John Lemos goes 152 on the tree. The Riley side goes 658 on the tree. So we got the car off on the top end. He goes Lemos goes 1312 at 113. The Riley side goes 1471 at 97.
Be silent. I actually did.
Bill Burns in the Mustang.
I didn't get.
Gregory Atamuk, or something like that, in the Camaro. Bill Burns goes 127 on the tree. Gregory goes 334. He goes 1163 at 122. Burns goes 1290 at 107. Alberto Martinez and Charles Lau in the Camaro going against the 1990 Integra. Okay, when you lose tonight, when you lose tonight, do not come back for time onlys. Okay, we got enough cars for test and tune. Okay, so do not pull your car back around when you go out in eliminations and come back to test and tune. Do not do that. We're just going to run what we got in test and tune. We have way more than enough for the in test and tune. So guys, when you lose, you're done. Raymond Farsu in the Camaro. Anthony Maru in the BMW. Raymond goes 238 on the tree, goes 1198 at 116. Allen goes 262 on the tree, goes 1359 at 107. Steven Jaslewski out of San Jose in the Mustang, gonna get his only pass, only carpet. He's gonna get a single. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh no, they got another car there. Good Camaro. I couldn't tell. I was sitting by a Tesla. Those Teslas are just. So what we got here is Steve's going to go against the Camaro, and he's going to put a hurt all over him, 055 on the tree, to 4 times that for the Riley Lane. What was that, Paul?
That last statement, you had the F-body part correct. Wrong make.
Oh. Okay, now we got Teslas up here. Anthony Lai in the Model X. That's a plaid. Marty Firmer in the other one, who's not a plaid. Anthony Lai goes 989 at 144 to 1173 at 112 for Marty Firmer.
Was that the race? What they're gonna do it again next time? Okay.
All right, Joe Piazza out of Novato in the 50 Chevy. Chris, the most interesting man in drag racing in the Mustang. Joe Piazza goes 056 on the tree. Chris Burden goes 032. Joe Piazza is going to get there first by far. Goes 1231 at 107 to the 1360 at 100 miles an hour for Chris. Joshua Harrison out of Tracy in the 2020 Mustang. Roberto Benitez out of Pinot in the Mercedes-Benz AMG. Joshua Harrison goes 145 on the tree. Roberto goes 264. Joshua Harrison goes 1112 at 134 to 1247 at 125 of Roberto Benitez. Kevin Diadamo in the Corvette in the Denzel side. Matthew Allison in the Riley Lane out of Alameda in the Cadillac CTS. Man, that Cadillac is fast. It's putting down the mail. It's hauling the mail. And he goes 1079 at 132 to Kevin's 1205 at 112. Coleman Lau in the Toyota. Scott Christian in the Hellcat. I think the Hellcat's going to get Coleman's going to actually beat the Hellcat in the little Toyota MR2. He goes 1002 at 113 to the 1075 at 127 for Scott Christian. So Coleman Lau with that little fast Toyota MR2. I mean, that thing is quick. Buck Benzinger out of Glen Ellen in the 2018 Jeep. Drew Keeler out of San Rafael in the 2013 Camaro. Buck turns on the red light. He goes 012 to the dark side of the tree. Drew Keeler, great light, 047. And Drew Keeler gets there first. He goes 1136 at 117. Buck goes 1153 at 117. Chris Miranda out of Sonoma in the 2012 Ferrari. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Ferrari for Christmas? Joe Neal out of Benicia. In the Cadillac, I think, another CTSV. And the Ferrari has got the better light. He goes 015 on the tree to Joe 455, but Joe's faster. He goes 1138 at 124. Chris goes in the Ferrari, goes 1283 at 124. Both had the same mile an hour, but just different top ends. All right, Pete Snyder out of Santa Rosa in the 2016 Vet. Robert Lazzini out of Roland Park in the 72 Nova. Yeah, I talked to Robert Lazzini a bunch of times. Nice guy. He's been to his house. He's got a nice house, a nice garage. Lazzini goes 492 on the tree. Pete Snyder goes 054 red. Turned on the red light. He goes 1185 at 123. Robert Lazzini goes 1092 at 118. That was quick for that car. I've never seen it in 10s before. Well, I could have missed it. Alex Cineros out of San Jose in 2015 Camaro. Eduardo Cineros out of San Jose in the Camaro. I wonder if these two know each other, Alex and Eduardo. I don't know if they know each other because they have the same last name. They could be cousins, or they could be brothers, or they could be, not even related. They had the same last name. You never know. Alex goes 1107. Eduardo goes 1151. Paul Rilla out of San Rafael in the 08 Vet. Brad McNeil out of Catati in the 68 Mustang. And Paul Rilla goes 1079 at 127. And Brad McNeil does not get a time. I think he left before the tree was activated, or he pushed through it. Lola Perez out of Petaluma in the 66 Nova wagon. Mark Carlson out of Napa in the 02 Camaro. Lola goes 016 on the tree. Mark Carlson was late with a 132 light. Good thing they weren't racing this time because Mark Carlson would have got his clock cleaned. He goes 1061 at 135. Lola goes 1216 at 108. Bob Norbaum Jr. out of Sonoma, 2010 Camaro Cologne. Neil Holcomb, Concord, out of Concord, 67 Dart. Bob Norbaum Jr. goes 025 on the tree. Neil Holcomb goes Roxanne, goes 149 on the tree red. Bob Norbaum Jr. goes 980 at 136 to the 1179 at 113 for Neil Holcomb. And now we're in the motorcycle. Oh, I want a pickle, not a motorcycle. I want a motorcycle, not a pickle. I don't know how that song went. I can't remember it. It was an old Arlo Guthrie song. Doug Love out of Nevada, California, and the Bonneville. Joe 6 out of Hayward on the Hayabusa. And Doug Love, 042 on the tree. Joe 6, 059. Joe 6 gets there first, 916 at 148 to the 1328 at 98 miles an hour for Doug Love. Sean Baldo out of American Canyon. Jesse Dolan on the Apollo out of Napa, the motorcycle mechanic. And Sean Baldo goes 004 in the tree. Jesse Dolan goes 169. Great lights by both riders. Jesse Dolan goes 1113 at 130.
5 pit 3, 925.
I think something's wrong with Sean Baldo's bike because he went 1695. All right, Merlin Valencia out of San Jose, on the electric motorcycle. Now it has no pedals, but it is an electric vehicle. He's 143 on the tree. I believe he tows that to the track with a Prius. Believe it or not, I've seen that bike with him on a Prius. He goes 1725 at 66 miles an hour. 143 on the tree. Richard Bennett out of Oakland on the Harley Davidson. Alfredo Escadon out of Nevada. And guess what he's on? A Harley 2. Both baggers. Richard Bennett goes 321 on the tree. Alfredo goes wheels up. He goes 406 on the tree. He goes 1206 at 121 to the 1372 at 96 for Richard Bennett. We got Jennifer out of Benicia on the Ducati against Dennis Odell out of Crockett on the Suzuki. Both really close on light. Dennis was 272. Jennifer was 223. Dennis gets there first. He goes 1196 at 118 to Jennifer's 1265 at 110. And that brings us to comp ride for the last time run for tonight before we go racing. Emily Saver out of Petaluma in the 2014 Dart. Dead on Doug McKay in the 2021 Ford F-150. Twin Turbo V6 EcoBoost. And dead on Doug McKay goes 027 on the tree. Emily goes 148. Doug gets there first. He goes 1359 at 100 miles an hour to Emily's 1649 at 83. Tony Nunes out of Petaluma in the Lexus. Jason Fowler out of Vacaville in the 2019 Ford pickup.
Said Ford. I had to look out there to see Ford. And then I realized that's what it said last time it was a Ford. Man, let's that sun would go down.
All right. Arbish. Oh, man. This is going to go with Arbish. Mike Young out of Petaluma. Arbish out of Pleasanton in the BMW. Going against the Volkswagen. All right. Arbish goes 1389 at 98 miles an hour. Mike Young goes 1346 at 109. Alan Ali Bud out of Oakley in the Audi. Going against not on file from the famous family of Not. And Alley Bud goes 416 on the tree. He goes 1273 at 105. The O'Reilly side goes 1140 at 122. Austin Gilmore out of Oakley on the 2013 Hyundai. Not a Honda, a Hyundai. I wonder if that's got the immobilizer in it, because a lot of the Hyundais are getting stolen because they don't have immobilizers, and they can't insure those, I found out. So Hyundai's got a big problem. Austin Gilmore goes 1532 at 91. The Denzel side goes 1653 at 82. Ed Shaw out of Pleasant Hill in the Dodge. Tom Markowitz out of Napa and the Vet. Both turned on the red light. They both went Roxanne. Ed Shaw would have won the race because he was close to zero. He goes 032 red to the 050 red of Tom Markovich. Markovich in the Vet goes 1209 at 114. Ed Shaw goes 1280 at 114. Ben Mack out of Fairfield in the Volkswagen. Tim Barron in the 05 Chevy pickup. Ben Mack goes 099 on the tree. Tim Barron turns on the red light, goes Roxanne, 092. He gets there first. He goes 1696 at 81 to Ben Mack's 1681 at 82. Doak Walker out of Danville, the 05 T-Bird. Ron Lamori out of Danville in the 2014 Cadillac CTX. I wonder if those two know each other since they're both from Danville. I mean, they could know each other. Or maybe not. I mean, there's funny stuff to talk about. But when you see names and they got the same town, you will wonder. And Walker goes 1483 at 94 miles an hour, 041 on the tree. Ron Lamori goes 1493 at 94, 313 on the tree. Walt in the Mustang out of Napa, Denzel side, 070 on the tree. Steve Ribeiro out of Millbrae in the 04 Chevy pickup. He goes 155 on the tree. Walt goes 1372 at 99 miles an hour to Steve's 1632 at 82. Patrick Ryan out of Windsor in the BMW. John Trimboli out of San Ramon in the Dodge. Hey, Patrick Ryan, nice light, 088. Not too shabby for John. He goes 126. He gets there first, 1188 at 114. Patrick Ryan goes 1229 at 116. Mark Canesian in the Roadrunner. Steve Haber out of Fairfield in the 2020 Challenger. Mark Anisian goes 493 on the tree. Stephen Hayberger goes 283 on the tree. And Hayberger gets there first. He goes 1223 at 113. Anisian gets there second with a 1235 at 109. Vince Hodger out of Danville in the 2019 Z06 Corvette. Jason Pike out of Healdsburg in the Mustang. I think the Corvette's gonna, depending on the light, beat the Mustang. All right, Jason Pike goes in the Mustang, goes 066 on the tree. Vince Hodger goes 482. Vince gets there first, goes 1212 at 124 to the 1458 at 96 for Jason Pike. James Edens out of Santa Rosa. Dan Stoner out of San Francisco in the Chevy. All right, Dan Stoner turns on the red light. He goes 038 on the tree, red. James Edens goes 222. James gets there first. He goes 1293 at 114. Dan Stoner goes 1631 at 71 miles an hour. Joshua Lake out of Petaluma in the Buick. Dan Hensley out of Brentwood in the 66 Chevelle. Like I said, Joshua Lake has driven everything I can imagine here. He's driven a Bentley. He's driven this car, and he's driven a few others. So he goes 217 on the tree. Don Hensley was 024. Hensley's going to get there first. He goes 1487 at 90 miles an hour to Joshua Lake's 1522 at 90 miles an hour. Giovanni Martinez out of Oakley and the Nissan, and Isaiah Martinez out of Oakley in the Camaro. I wonder if these two are related. I mean, the same last name. They're both out of Oakley,
Right.
and they got to be related. I mean, they have to be brothers, cousins, something like that. Well, Isaiah goes 1370 at 103. Gianovi goes 1645 at 83. Nathan Cotieros out of Hayward in the Hellcat. Tony for the bikes, come on up to the tower. We got the ladder for you guys. Tony with the bikes, come up to the tower to get the ladder. And Nathan Contreras goes 229 on the tree, goes 1226 at 124. Carrington Yip out of Vallejo in the Jeep. Ron Drummond out of Manteca in the 71 Corvette. Eddie Cooker coming around here today in the 37 Ford Coupe. Paul Pedocelli out of Sonoma in the Charger. Eddie Cooker goes 259 on the tree, goes 1448 at 104. Paul goes 165 on the tree, goes 1365 at 101. Spencer Marcel out of Roanoke Park in the 73 dart. Mario out of San Bruno driving the pickup truck. And Mario goes 061 on the tree. He goes 1611 at 83 miles an hour. Spencer Marcel goes 109 on the tree, goes 1299 at 107. Michael Gervais out of Guerneville in the Toyota pickup. Charlotte Skorlik out of Sonoma in the Roadrunner in the O'Reilly lane. Yeah, it's good to see Charlotte back. She must be out taking some time off college or got a vacation, because I know she's up in Reno, going to Reno State, I believe, in for Charlotte. She goes 094 in the tree. She goes 1465 at 92. Michael Gervais had the better light, 025. He goes 1547 at 89. Mateo out of Martinez in the 2014 CTS. Terry James out of San Bruno in the Challenger. And Mateo goes 322 on the tree, goes 1202 at 119. Terry James goes 1456 at 105. Samuel Ramirez out of Red Ridge City in the 2022 Ford. Clay Gatsu out of Healdsburg in the Jeep Grand Cherokee. Daniel Harmon out of Petaluma in the Audi. Ron Egbert out of Roanoke Park in the Camaro. And Ron Edelhart goes 1231 at 112. Daniel Harmon goes 1352 at 102. Peterson Patsy out of San Pablo in the 08 Vet. Charles Robert out of Oakland in Mustang. And Peter goes 1273 at 112. Charles Roberts. Marco Guzzi Arrows out of Vallejo in the 07 Jeep. All right, looks like we're going to put these two trucks down the track, and then we're going to go into all right, we're going to go back into Top the Cops. They're going to be racing against the kids for real. So this one counts when we get back to Top the Cops. And they're pulling them up right now to the water box for the first round of, the only round of racing, I got to say. All right, we got Cody Friedhoff out of Napa in the 05 Chevy pickup, dialed in at 1680. J-Mac out of Fairfield Police Department, dialed in at 1670. J-Mac can hit the tree pretty good. He's had a lot of good lights here. Yep. So we're going to see who's got better. Cody Friedhoff's got a good lineage. His grandfather's in the car with him. And J-Mac, he's just good. He's been good for a while here. Oh, and J-Mac tried too hard to get that good light. He goes 088 to the dark side of the tree, turns on the red light, giving the win to Cody Frios. Congratulations, Cody. We got Officer Duretti out of Santa Rosa CHP, Madison Evermart, 1510 dial out of Roanoke Park. Duretti dialed in at 1720. So it's 1-0 for the high school students. Let's see if Duretti can even it up. He's going to try. He's got a chance. I'm looking at the screen. I'm looking at down the track. And Officer Duretti takes the win. He goes 163 on the tree. He goes 1737 for the win. Madison was late with a 567 light, then went 1551 on a 1510 for the loss. Officers on, dialed in at 1630 out of Santa Rosa CHP. William Johnson Jr. dialed in at 2040. Man, that cop is going to give up a lot of real estate here to that 87 Mustang. I mean, a lot. 1630, 20 seconds. A lot of real estate. Can the officers on run him down? That's going to be the question that's going to be answered here pretty soon. And the answer is, yes, he did. Officer Zahn did run down William Johnson Jr. He goes 1633 at 85 miles an hour for the win, 052 on the tree. And the reason why William lost that race, he was 711 on the tree. He went 2051 on a 2040 dial. Officer Leone dialed in at 1650 out of Nevada Police Department. Ethan Smith dialed in at 1530 in the Acura out of Vallejo. That was a good race. I mean, Zahn had a really dig down deep to make that win. Let's see what happens with Leone. He takes the win too. He goes 1659 on a 1650 dial for the win for the police officers. Ethan Smith was late with a 461 light, ran a 1564. Officer Hauser, and believe it or not, she's a woman, dialed in at 1665. Against Ryan Yubera, dialed in at 1370 out of Roanoke Park. Yeah, Officer Hauser wanted me to know that she was a woman. Because I said, officer, I didn't think anything was wrong with that. And she takes the win. She goes 1679, 060 on the tree for the win. Officer Paulson dialed in at 1680 out of Napa CHP. Wyatt Paulson dialed in at 1495 out of Napa in the 2019 Chevy. Yeah, that's father and son going at it, Paulson, and Wyatt breaks out, goes 1488 on a 1495, handing the win to his dad. He goes 1694 at on a 1680 dial for the win. All right, Officer. I don't know who's Dexler. Dialed in at 16 flat in the Denzel side. Dylan Gerda. Huh? Dylan Gerda dialed in at 1320 out of Petaluma. Dexler dialed in at 16 flat. And Dylan Gerda is going to take out Officer Dexler. He goes 1327 on a 1320, 181 on the tree. Dexler was late with a 675 right and goes 1615 for the loss. All right, let me add it up, see what we got here. All right, the cops won that one 4-2. That's a good one for the police officer. So next time around, well, next week, or in 2 weeks, as I should say, because we don't race here every week again. It's in 2 weeks when we do it again. The high school students will give them their best to take out the cops. All right, we got the EV finals. Marty Firmer dialed in 1172. Anthony Lau dialed in at 989. Tesla versus Tesla.
Wow.
We'll see if Anthony Lai can run down Marty Firmer, because Marty Firmer is a lot slower, and Anthony Lai takes the win. He goes 009 on the tree, goes 991 at 141. Marty Firmer goes 1182 at 109. It was 061 on the tree. Both of them had great lights, but your EV champion for tonight is not Scott Sterling, it's Anthony Lai. All right, well, now we're into jackpot. First round of eliminations. Philip Topping dialed in at 1254 out of Saratoga, California, in Mustang GT. Big Bad Brad Bowen out of Novato dialed in at 1218. B&G Tires in the 2000 Trans Am. And Big Bad Brad takes out Philip Topping. He goes 105 on the tree, goes 1230 on a 1218 dial, 102. Philip Topping, 086 on the tree. He goes 1272 at 110. Big Bad Dan Brown, the 1139 dial, out of Napa, California, in 70 Camaro. Doug turns on the red light, and a huge red light that was, handing the win to Dan Brown, who goes 028 on the tree. Doug's going to have to try it in Comp Rod. Brian McCulloch dialed in at 1045 out of Petaluma, 67 Camaro. Scott Sterling traded in the Tesla tonight for the Camaro, dialed in 1167. He went back to conventional gasoline power. He wanted to pollute the air. And Scott Sterling goes 007 on the tree. Brian McCulloch turns on the red light, 941. So Scott Sterling gets a 007 sticker. He goes Bond. Zach Ealing dialed in at 1204 out of Rona Park in the 69 Nova. Sean Ealing, his uncle, or his dad, I should say, his uncle's Mike, out of Rona Park, California, in a 91 Corvette. Father-son battle here. And we had a bunch of those tonight. And win goes to his son, Zach. Takes out the dad, Sean. He goes 051 on tree, goes 1207 on a 1204 at 106. Sean goes 1024 on a 1040 at 130 breakout. He was 021 on tree, so Zach moves on. Bill Taggart, the legend, dialed in at 18 flat out of El Sobrante, California in the Taurus. Mitch Gately dialed in at 1013 out of Cotati, California in the 64 Nova. And the win will go to Mitch Gately. He ran down Taggart, who had a better light. 064 won 18-19 on the 18 flat dial. Mitch Gately was 217 on the tree. Goes 1016 on a 1013 for the win. All right, lower ball dial in at 1050 out of Napa, California. In the 71 C10, Bobby Grabian dialed in at 1265 out of Nevada in the 2014 Mustang GT. All right, Larry Ball takes the loss. Bobby Grabian takes the win. Goes 037 on the tree. Goes 1272 at 105. Larry Ball was 069 on the tree. Goes 1055 at 123. Steve Ball dialed in at 1301 out of Napa in the Mustang. Craig Merrilees traded in his Tesla for a conventional gas-powered car. 78 Camaro, 1025 dial. Hey, dude. Craig wanted to pollute the air. He got tired of running that electric car. He wanted something that was real noisy inside instead of quiet. I mean, that's the way you go. You got to, run, like, Chelsea rides a roadster, gets wind in her hair, noise in her, noise all around. Now, Craig doesn't get wind in his face, but he's getting noise all around. All right, Craig Merrilees turns on the red light in the Camaro. 009 to the dark side of the tree. Steve Ball goes 023 for the win. Green. He takes the win, goes 1322 at 87 miles an hour. Mitch Horton dialed in at 996 out of Napa in the Firebird. Ron Manley dialed in at 1092 in the Camaro. Yeah, I've been saying this all night. Manley's got the dream job. Man, he's at his age, he gets to still play with trains. And I want that train thing.
Thing acting like he had, right side.
Yeah, who? All right, Mitch Horton takes the loss. He goes 1390 at on the 996 style, row 21 on the tree. Manley takes the win. 047 on the tree, goes 1101 for the win. All right, here's Marco taking a hit on the tree. And Marco misses a perfect light by 1 thou. He goes 001 red. He goes 1038 at 93 miles an hour. All right, we're going to do some testing tunes here right now, and I'm having an allergy attack. That's allergies or allergies.
Those red trucks.
Hey, we're going to get some testing tunes out here out of the way. These two trucks, was told they got Pro Chargers on them. So let's look at it this way. They should be fast. Or not. All right, we got these two Chevy Pickle Pro Chargers on them. Let's see what they can do. I'm kind of interested in that Pro Charger thing because I got Daniel Valencia's at my shop, and it's should be really fast. He's predicting like 1,000 horsepower at the tires. So it's got a cage in it and window net and everything. So we're going to see how it goes when it gets done. And that Vega wagon goes 9:55 at 137. That thing's hauling the mail. All right, now we're back into the next round of eliminations for gear jammers. We got Patrick Lanu, dial 1188 out of Benicia in the Challenger. Michael Contreras, dialed in at 1382 out of San Bruno in the Ford. And the win goes to Patrick Lanu, who takes the win. Racial Throw, dialed in at 1502 out of Santa Rosa. Anthony Contreras, dialed in at 15 flat out of San Francisco in the Honda. They're both Hondas. This Racial's looks better. And Rachel takes the win. She goes 1506 on a 1502, 013 on 3. Anthony was late with a 404 light and broke out on top of it. Carlos Wilson dialed in at 1228 out of Ross in the Miata. Kelly Plug dialed in at 1540 out of Lafayette in the Fiesta. Carlos Wilson, your points champion from last year. And Carlos Wilson takes the win. He goes 126 on 3. He goes 1247 on a 1228 for the win. Kelly was late with a 310 light. Goes 1592 on a 1540 for the loss. Scott Frazier dialed in 1575 on the Fiat. Verdi Mack dialed in at 1940 on the Mazda out of Fairfield. And Scott Frazier takes the win. He goes 1624, 207 on the tree. Charles Allison dialed in at 1450 out of Hercules, California in the 88 Mustang, car number 38, dialed in at 1440. Charles Allison dialed in at 1450. And Charles Allison will take the win. He goes 1532 on a 1450 dial, 248 on the tree. While the Riley side had a 715 light, and they didn't get any better after that. Joe Blamos dialed in at 13 flat out of Vallejo in the 05 Infiniti. Gregory Armertuck dialed in at 1172 out of Novato in the Camaro. So when you guys lose tonight, do not pull into the test and tune line. All right? We have enough cars. All right? We will turn you away. All right? And Gregory Automac will take the win with a 1220 on 1172 dial. It was 103 miles an hour. 011 on the tree. Jose was late with a 405 light and went 1312 on a 13 flat dial for the loss. Bill Burns dialed in at 1288 Sonoma out of in the 82 Mustang. Claudius Lau dialed in at 1270 out of Fremont in the 2015 Camaro. And Claudius Lau takes the win. He goes 1324 on a 1270 for the win, 192 on the tree. Bill Burns was better with a 156 light, but went 1316 for the loss. Alberto Martinez dialed in at 15 flat out of Santa Rosa in the 98 Integra. Carlos Richards dialed in at 1280 out of Oakland in the 2015 Charger. And Carlos will take the win. He went 122 light. He goes 1294 on a 1280 dial at 103 for the win. Alberto started with a 560 light and didn't get any better after that. He broke out 1396. Sergey Arbitim, 1350 dial, San Anselmo in the Subaru. The O'Reilly Lane dialed in at 1330. And Surge turns on the red light, so the O'Reilly Lane takes the win with a 483 green to the 095 red. Mark Chansey dialed in at 1464 out of Vacaville in the 64 Fury. Ramon Fartsu dialed in at 1185 out of Vallejo in the Camaro. He goes 1.220 red. Mark Chansey goes 180 green for the win. John Lemos dialed in at 1290 out of Novato in the 2016 Ford. Steve Jozlewski dialed in 1185 out of San Jose in the Mustang. We're going to follow up with Comprod. And Steve's going to take the win. He goes 1218 at 99 miles an hour, 109 on the tree, and 1185 dial. John Lemos was later with a 152 light, but went a 1372 on a 1290 dial for the loss. Joe Piazza, now we're in the comp rod. Dialed in at 1228 out of Novato in the 50 Chevy. Chris Burden, the most interesting man in drag racing, dialed in at 1359 out of Fairfax in the 07 Mustang. Talk about a good race. Burden, Piazza. Whoever takes the win here will be better than the other guy. I don't know. And Chris Burden takes out Joe Piazza. He was 066 on tree, goes 1378, 84 miles an hour. Piazza was 091 on tree, went 1271 at 105 for the loss. Roberto Benitez dialed in at 1080 out of Pinot in the Mercedes-Benz. Kevin Diadamo, 1207 dial out of Napa in the 03 Corvette. All right, looks like Kevin Diadamo took the win. He goes 132 on the tree. He went 1212 at 98 miles an hour on a 1207 dial. Roberto had a almost equal reaction time, but could not run the number 1080. Something happened to the car. Joshua Harrison dialed in at 1050 out of Tracy in a 2020 Mustang. Matthew Allison dialed in at 1071 out of Alameda in the 2012 Cadillac CTS. And Matthew takes the win. He goes 1101 at 100 miles an hour. On a 1071 dial, 150 on the tree. Joshua Harrison was late with a 305 light and did not come even close to running that 1050 number. Coleman Lau dialed in at 10 flat out of San Francisco, 91 Toyota MR2. Scott Christian, 1070 dial out of Vacaville in the 2021 Hellcat. And Coleman Lau broke out 987 on a 10 flat dial, 241 on the tree. Scott Christian had treated him with a 060 light, goes 1075 on a 1070 dial. Buck Benziger dialed in 1140 out of Glen Ellen in the 2018 Jeep. Drew Keeler dialed in at 1135 out of San Rafael in the 2013 Camaro. And when you go to Buck Benzinger, he goes 1194 on 1140, I mean 1149 on 1140, 142 on the tree for the win. Drew Keeler was 017 on the tree, goes 1180 on 1135 for the loss. Joe Neal dialed in at 1135 from Benicia. Chris Miranda dialed in 1180 out of Sonoma in the Ferrari. I want one. I really do want a Ferrari. I can't afford one. I couldn't afford the maintenance on it, but I'd like to drive it. And Joe Neal takes the win, goes 1170 at 123 on 1135, 513 on the tree. Chris had him treed 227, but could not run that 1180 dial, and his Ferrari went 1306 at 119 for the loss. Alex Cineros dialed in at 1073 out of San Jose in the Camaro. Neil Holcomb dialed in at 1179 out of Concord in the 67 Dart. And Neil Holcomb takes the win. He goes 306 on 3, goes 1214 at 97 on 1179 dial. Alex goes 278 on the tree, goes 1428 on a 1073 dial. I don't know if that's going to cut it, but it sure ended up as a loss for Alex. Eduardo Cineros dialed in at 1135 out of San Jose in the 2016 Camaro. Brad McNeil dialed in 11 flat out of Cotati in the 68 Mustang. Cineros 1135, Brad McNeil 11 flat. Brad McNeil takes the win. He goes 378 on the tree, goes 1119 on 11 flat dial for the win. Cineros was better light, 291, but could not run that 1135 dial. Paul Rilla dialed in at 1075 out of San Rafael in the 08 Vet. 1172 dial for car number 106 in the O'Reilly lane. And Paul Rilla broke out. He goes a 1069 on a 1075 dial for the loss, 240 on the tree, 142 for the O'Reilly lane, goes 1178 on 1173 dial for the win. Lola Perevalores dialed in at 1213 out of Petaluma in the 66 Nova wagon. Robert Lazzini dialed in at 1099 out of Roner Park, the 72 Nova. And Lola takes the win. She goes 019 on the tree. She goes 1216 on a 1213 dial at 107. Robert Lazzini was late with a 294 light and broke out on top of it. All right. We got two Teslas. A Tesla dialed in at 989 and the O'Reilly lane dialed in at 1065. And the Riley Lane takes the win. He goes 412 on the tree, goes 1151 on a 1065 dial, 128 for the win. The Tesla was late with a 195 light. That's 1.95, not 195. He goes 1035 at 141 for the loss. Mark Carlson dialed in at 1030 out of Napa in the Camaro. Denzel Side dialed in at 1254. And when to go to 705Q, he goes 1255 on a 1254 for the win. Mark Carlson broke out 1019 on a 1030 for the loss. Mark had him treed by 112 to 153. All right, we got motorcycle. We got Doug Love dialed in at 1332. Travis Caps. Okay, Caps is not going to make the call, so it's going to be Doug Love on a competition buy run. So Doug Love, by Travis Caps breaking and not answering the call, takes the competition single for the win. He goes 053 on the tree. And he goes 1346 at 96 miles an hour. We got Dennis Odell dialed in at 1190 out of Crockett, California in a Suzuki. Joe Six dialed in at 1918 out of Hayward, California on a Hayabusa in the O'Reilly lane. And Joe Sisk goes 102 on the tree. He goes 942 or 129 on a 918 dial. Dennis Odell went 371 on the tree. Went 1207 on 1190 for the loss. Jennifer dialed in at 1280 out of Venetia on the Ducati. Sean Bowler dialed in 1145 out of American Candy in the O'Reilly lane. And Jennifer takes the loss. Sean Barlow takes the win. He goes 1151 at 107, 161 on the tree, and 1145 dial. Jennifer was 196 on the tree, goes 1289 on a 1280 for the loss. Merlin Valencia, the slowest bike out here because it's electric. 1710 dial. Richard Burnett dialed in at 1350. Harley Davidson versus electric motorcycle. And the electric motorcycle takes the win. Merlin Valencia goes 18:05 at 61 miles an hour on a 1710 dial, 181 on the tree. Richard Bennett was 303 on the tree and broke out trying to catch Merlin. Alfredo Escadon goes 10 dialed in at 1070 out of Novato, California on the Harley. Jesse Dolan dialed in at 1090 on the Aprilia out of Napa, where he works as a motorcycle mechanic. And Jesse Dolan takes the win. He goes 1150 on a 106 on 1190 dial, 281 on the tree. Alfredo Escadon was late with a 519 light and could not run that 1070 dial. And that's it for motorcycle. Now we're going to go into Sports Street. We got Dead on Doug McKay dialing in at 1358. And Billy Taggart dialed in at 18 flat in the Denzel side. Both of them, multiple winners here all the time. Doug McKay, I don't think there's been another winner besides Doug McKay all season in Sports Street. Let's see if Billy Taggart can take him down. We're gonna take a break here till the sun goes down. We're gonna back them out of the beams because they're looking straight into the light. And we don't have the other tree up yet, so we're gonna take a break till the sun gets below the hill. It's not gonna be very long. Well, but it's going to be too much longer for that blinding fireball in the sky to get below that hill. I mean, it's blinding right now. So, just bear with us, and when we get it down below the hill, we'll start racing again. As a reminder, we'll be back here in 2 weeks to the day. It's Wednesday. Oh, well, we're going to be back here on the 14th.
Yeah. The day after my birthday.
Not in 2 weeks, but it's going to be like about 3. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting closer to the sun going down below the hill. And then I can actually read my screen.
It's either a crack in your glass.
Huh?
It's either a weird shade or a crack in the glass up there, one of the two.
Yeah.
The week after NASCAR, next Wednesday night.
Hey, look what happened. Clouds came in and the sun below the hill. All right, now we're going to go and send Doug McKay takes the win. He went 027 on 3, goes 1365. Jason Fowler, dialed in at 1257 out of Vacaville, California, in the 2019 Ford pickup. Emily Sager, dialed in at 1640 out of Petaluma, in the Dodge Dart. And she called it the Dodge Dart Frog. And Jason Fowler is going to take the win. He goes 1258 on a 1257, 315 on the reaction time. Emily Sager was 143 on the tree, goes 1666 on a 1640 dial. Austin Gilmore, dial in at 1530 out of Oakley on the 2013 Hyundai. Tony Nunes, dialed in at 1575 out of Petaluma in the Lexus. And double breakout winner goes to Tony Nunes. He goes 1570 on a 1575 dial, 580 on tree. Austin Gilmore broke out by more, 1504 on a 1530, 016 on the tree for the loss. Vince Cardinale dialing in at 1650 out of San Francisco. Arbus dialed in at 14 flat out of Pleasanton in the BMW. And Vince Carnell takes the win. He goes 1681 on a 1650, 124 on the tree. Arbush was late with a 625 light and could not run and win 1407 on a 14 flat dial. Alan Alley Bud out of Oakley on the Audi, dialed in at 1265. Mike Young dialed in at 1335 out of Petaluma in the VW. And when track lights are on, everybody, please turn on your tail lights. And Mike Young will take the win. He goes 040 on the tree, goes 1358 at 108 on a 1335 dial for the win. Alan Alley Bud was late with a 645 light and didn't really run that 1265 number. Ed Shaw dialed in at 1275 out of Pleasant Hill in the Dodge. John Trimboli dialed in 1170 out of San Ramon in the 2021 Dodge. And Tromboli goes 1174 for the win on 1170 down, 281 on the tree. Ed Shaw goes 293 on the tree, goes breakout 1251 on a 1275 dial for the loss. Ben Mack dialed in at 1670 out of Fairview, California in the 2010 Volkswagen. Steve Hayberger dialed in at 1220 out of Fairfield in the 2020 Challenger. And the win goes to Stephen Haber. He goes 200 on the tree, goes 1231 on a 1220 for the win. Ben Mack was 232 on the tree and broke out with a 1655 on a 1670 dial, trying to run him down. Doak Walker dialed in at 1480 at Danville in the 05 T-Bird. Tom Markovich dialed in at 12 out of Napa in the 09 Vet. And Doak Walker goes 012 on the tree. To Tom Markovich is 119. Doak Walker takes the win. Patrick Ryan, 1215 dial out of Windsor in the BMW. Ron Lamori dialed in at 1485 out of Danville in the 2014 Cadillac CTS. And Ron Lamori is going to take the win, 147 on tree, goes 15 flat on a 1485 dial at 89 miles an hour. Patrick Ryan was better on the tree, but takes the loss. He could not run that 1215 number. He ran 1288 at 113. Walt dialed in at 1376 out of Napa, 08 Mustang. Jason Pike dialed at 1449 out of Healdsburg in the Mustang. Hey, we're both Mustangs. Oh, one's newer. All right, Walt takes the win, goes 1381 on a 1376 dial. He was 062 on the tree. Jason Pike was 155 on the tree, went 1456 for the loss on a 1449 dial. James Eddins dialed in at 1255 out of Santa Rosa, California. Dan Stoner dialed in at 1620 out of San Francisco in the Chevy pickup. He's going to go, Dan Stoner turns on the red light. He was 016 to the dark side of the tree. James Eddins takes the win with a 201 green light. Enrique dialed in at 1150 out of Hayden Hensley, down at 14 1490 out of Brentwood, California, in a 66 Chevelle. And Don Hensley is going to take the win. He's 116 in the tree, goes 1631 on a 1490 dial for the win. Enrique was 695 on the tree, and this never got any better after that. I mean, I'm looking at numbers for Enrique, not good. Daniel Harmon dialed in at 1320 out of Petaluma in the Audi. Nathan Contreras out of 1150 out of Hayward in the Hellcat. San Passy dialed in at 1280 out of San Pablo in the 08 Vet. And Peter's going to take the win. He goes 1282 on a 1280 dial, 361 on the tree at 112 miles an hour. Hunter was late with a 523 light and could not run that 1520 dial. He went 1531. Mark Hanesian dialed in at 1231. In the Denzel side, Marco Gutierrez dialed in at 1305. In the O'Reilly Lane, Jeep versus Roadrunner. Dialed in at 1449 out of Petaluma in the Sierra pickup. Hey, both pickups. And they're both Chevys. Well, one's a GMC. And the GMC and the Chevy breaks out. Andrew takes the win. He goes 1454 on a 1449, 867 light. Josie Gobb was late, or was better with a 607 light. Went 1495 breakout. Joshua Lake dialed in at 1528 out of Petaluma, 94 Buick. Vince Hodger dialed in 1190 out of Danville in the 2019 Z06 Corvette. And Joshua Lake takes the win. He's 035 on the tree. He goes 1528, dead on 5 for the win. Vince Hodger was 276 on tree and never stood a chance somebody going dead on 5 with an 035 light. Never had a chance. Carrington Yip dialed in at 12 flat out of Vallejo in the 08 Jeep. Steve Ribeiro dialed in at 1625 out of Millbrae in the 04 Chevy pickup. And Carrington Yip takes the win with a 308 green light because Steve turned on the red light, 048 to the dark side of the tree. Shane Redding dialed in at 1289 out of Castro Valley in 2017 Nissan. Tim Barron dialed in at 1720 out of Roland Park in the 05 Chevy pickup. We got a lot of pickups today. I don't know why, but we just have a lot of pickups. I mean, in test and tune and just in regular racing. And Shane Redding turns on the red light, 060 to the dark side of the tree. And Tim Barron with a 535 green takes the win. All right, we got Eddie Cooker down at 1331 out of Santa Rosa in the 37 Ford Coupe. Ron Drummond dialed in at 1231 out of Manteca in the 71 Vet. And win goes to Ron Drummond. He goes 086 on the tree. He goes 1231 at dead on 9. Great run by Ron Drummond. Eddie Cook had the better light, 013, but could not run that 1442 dial. You can't beat a dead on light. Mario dialed in at 16 flat. Paul dialed in at 1360. Turns on the red light. So Mario takes the win with a 500 light. Spencer Marcel dialed in at 1280 out of Rona Park in the 73 Dart. Isaiah dialed in at 1440 out of Oakley in the 2010 Camaro. And Isaiah breaks out. He goes 1374 on a 1440 for the loss. Spencer Marcel takes the win with a 141 light. He goes 1307 on a 1280 for the win. Michael Gervais dialed in at 1550 out of Guerneville Toyota pickup. Gianovi dialed in at 1675 out of Oakley in the Nissan. And Gianovi takes the win. He goes 273 on the tree. He goes 1679 on a 1675 dial. Gervais had a better, a worse light, 488 on the tree. He goes 1645 on a 1550 dial. Charles Skorlik dialed in at 1485 out of Sonoma. Good to see you here again. Mateo dialed in 1175 out of Mateo. Martinez, California, in a for 2014 Cadillac ZTS. Charlotte, it's good to see her back here racing. And as he takes the win, he goes 081 on the tree, goes 1478 on a 1458 dial for the win. Mateo was late with a 204 light and could not run that 1175 dial. Clay Gatsu dialed in at 1452 out of Healdsburg in the Jeep. Terry James dialed in at 1255 out of San Bruno in the Charger. And Clay Gatsu is going to take the win. He goes 186 on the tree. He goes 1459 on a 1452 for the win. Terry James was late, was better on the tree. 144 on the tree. Goes 1266 on a 1255 for the loss. Charles Roberts dialed in at 1240 out of Oakland in the 66 Mustang. Ron Eberhardt dialed in at 1226 out of Rona Park in the Camaro. All right, Ron's going to take the win. He goes 120 on the tree. He goes 1227 on 1226 for the win. Charles Roberts was late with a 176 light and could not run that number. All right, everybody listen up. Please turn on your taillights. From this point on, please have your taillights on in your cars. All right, we got a car down on here on the. Got fire safety out there trying to get it off the track. We're going to find out here how long it's going to take and whether it's a matter of minutes or what. So remember, everybody, please turn on your taillights from this point on because it's a safety factor. We got to know where you are on the track. When you get to the hill, it gets really dark, and we can't see where you're going. And we don't know if you're on the track or not without the taillights being on. And I will let you know if you're not turned on your taillights. It looks like fire safety is towing them off the track, so we're going to be up and running here in a few minutes. As soon as fire safety gets all the way down the track and makes it clear. Like again, everybody please turn on your taillights. All right? Turn on your taillights. Oh, we're in the high school, we got Madison Evermart down in at 1517 out of Roner Park. Cody Friedhoff's dialed in at 1680 out of Napa in the '05 Chevy pickup. And once again, please turn on your taillights, everybody. Please turn on your taillights. And Corey Friedhoff's going to take his first win. He goes 450 on the tree, goes 1687 on a 1680 dial. Madison had a better light, 407, and broke out. Ethan Smith dialed in at 1530 out of Vallejo in the Acura. William Johnson Jr. dialed in at 2045 out of American Canyon in an 87 Mustang. Turns on the red light, so Ethan Smith takes the win with a 241 green. He'll move on to the next round of high school. Ryan Yabura dialed in at 1370 out of Rohnert Park. Wyatt Paulson dialed in at 1487 out of Napa in the Chevy pickup. And Wyatt Paulson takes the win. He goes 1520 on a 1487 dial, 257 on the tree. Ryan Yabura was 955 on the tree, was dialed in at 1370, ran a 1412. Never worked out for him. Dylan dialed in at 1320 out of Petaluma. James Cooper dialed in at 1710 out of Novato in the 63 Avante. That is a cool car. They don't make those anymore. And I know why they don't make them. You ever work on one? And James Cooper broke out. Dylan's going to take the win. He goes 1324 on a 1320 dial. Dustin Love showed up tonight in the 74 Chevy GMC pickup, dialed in at 1570. And Dustin shows us why he's a reigning high school champion. Cuts a great light, 038 on the tree. And that's a great light. He goes 1696 at 81 miles an hour. All right, back in the jackpot. Mitch Gately dialed in at 1013. Scott Sturley trying to pollute the air, dialed in at 1170. Camaro versus Nova. And Mitch Gately takes the win, 050 on the tree, goes 1018 on a 1013. Scott Sturley takes the loss, 086 on the tree, goes 1174 on a 1170 dial by Scott. Dan Brown dialed in 1139 out of Napa, California in the 70 Camaro. Bobby Grabian dialed in at 1268 out of Novato, California, Mustang GT. And Bobby takes the win. He goes 1271 on a 1268 dial, 027 on the tree. Dan Brown wasn't bad. He was 056 on the tree, goes 1142 and 1139 for the loss. Zach Ealing down in at 1208 out of Roanoke Park. He's a junk removal specialist. 69 Nova Mike's, Honest Mike's Race Cars. This is his sponsor. Big Bad Brad Bowen dialed in at 1221 out of Novato B&G Tire, 2000 Trans Am.
Man, that car always does that.
And Big Bad Brad takes the win. He goes 1228 on 1221, 015 on tree. Zach Inling takes the loss, 151 on tree, goes 1214 on 1208. Ron Manley dialed in at 1098 out of Fairfield in the 68 Camaro. Steve Ball dialed in at 1302 out of Napa in the 01 Mustang. And Steve Ball goes 066 on the three, goes 1305 on a 1302 dial. The good package. Ron Manley was late with a 184 light, could not make up the distance. He goes 1099 on a 1098 for the loss. And now we're in the test and tunes.
How are you? Dealing with an allergy attack? Oh, I mean, I've been battling it all day. So, Scott's got that recliner. So I got to get him to put it in, and you might want to go talk to him about putting it in and helping him put it in my truck. Do you want me to drop it off at your house tonight? All right. Well, I just don't want to get dewy on it. All right.
So we're going to run these tests and tunes for a while, and I'm going to go try to get my allergies feeling better. All right, we're back in the Gear Jammers. We got Patrick Lemieux dialed in 1172 in the Challenger. Gregory Adamuk dialed in 1172 out of Nevada, California in the Camaro. And Gregory turns on the red light, 049 to the dark side of the tree. Patrick Lemieux with 031 green takes the win. He's going to be moving on to the third round of Gear Jammers. Ratio Throw dialed in at 1502 in the Honda. Carl Silson dialed in at 1228 in the 99 Miata. And Carl Silson turns on the red light, 054 to the dark side of the tree. Ratio Throw with a 184 green takes the win. Scott Frazier in Fiat dialed in at 1575. Charles Allison dialed in at 15 flat in the Mustang. And Charles Allison takes the loss. He goes 075 on the green, goes 1480 on a 15 flat. Scott Frazier with 077 green goes 1618 on a 1575 light. What a good time to have somebody break out when you're that far off your dial.
Gary, could I get your
Carlos dialed in at 1280. Mark Chansey dialed in at 1464 in the Fury going against the Charger, and the Charger breaks out. Carlos goes 1270 on a 1280 dial, 168 on the tree. For the loss, Mark Chansey was 014, goes 1470 on a 1464 for the win. Claudius Lau dialed in at 1265. In the Camaro, Steven Jasluski dialed in at 1185 out of San Jose in the Mustang. Claudius Lau takes the win. He goes 001 on the tree, just misses a perfect light. He goes 1273 on a 1265 for the win over Steve Jasluski. That's a strange way to take the night out. All right, now we're back into Comp Rod. Chris Burden, most interesting man in drag racing, dialed in at 1356. Buck Benzinger dialed in 1130. And Benzinger takes the win. He goes 1141 on 1130. He was 011 on the tree. Chris Burden wasn't bad. They had an 089 light. Takes the loss. He goes 1361 on a 1356 dial. Joe Neal dialed in at 1135 out of Benicia. Matthew Allison dialed in at 1071 out of Alameda. And Joe Neal takes the win. He goes 1171 on 1135 with a 302 light. Matthew Allison had an 077 light, goes 1064 breakout on a 1071 dial for the loss. Kevin Diadamo dialed in at 1206 in the 03 Vet. Scott Christian dialed in at 1070 out of Vacaville in the 2021 Hellcat. Kevin Diadamo takes the win. He goes 12-12 on a 12.06 style, 117 on the tree for the win. Scott Christian goes 122 on the tree, goes 1144 on a 1070 dial for the loss. Brad McNeil dialed in 11 flat out of Katati in the 66 Mustang. Marty Firmer dialed 1173 out of Manteca in the Tesla. Gas versus electric. Who's going to win? Do you guys like electric cars or the gas car? And it's over that quick. Marty Firmer turns on the red light with the Tesla. He goes 087 red. Brad McNeil goes 109 green. So gas wins this round over electric. Neil Holcomb dialed 1179 out of Concord in the 67 Dart. Doug dialed in at 1065 in the 2023 BMW. And Neil's going to hold off Doug. He goes 1241 on 1179 dial, 087 on the tree. Doug was 024 on the tree. He goes 1296 on a 1065 dial. Talk about two people way off their dial. That was big time. Lola Peravaloris dialed in at 1214 out of Petaluma in the 66 Nova wagon. Philip Topping dialed in at 1254 out of Saratoga in the 2011 Mustang GT. And Lola's going to move on to the next round. She goes 028 on the tree, goes 1221 on a 1214 dial for the win. Philip Topping was late with a 094 light and then broke out on top of it. We're back in the motorcycle. We got Doug Love. He's pulled up a really tough one. He's down in at 1344. He's going against the electric bike of Merlin Valencia, down in at 1775. Doug Love's going to give up a whole bunch of real estate here and try to run him down. I've seen Doug Sis do this before, and it was great watching the video. And Doug Love ran him down. He goes 1375 on a 1344, 063 on the tree. Merlin, had he had a better light, he could have taken the win. He goes 210 on the tree, goes 1847 on a 775 dial. Joe Sis dialed in at 925. Jesse Dolan dialed in at 1090. And Joe Sis takes the win. He goes 941 on a 925 dial, 055 in the tree. Jesse Dolan had a good light, but 185 and takes a loss. Sean Bowler down 1145 dial, got the bye run here out of American Canyon. Goes 138 on the tree. And it's got to go rethink that dial because he broke out. He goes 1139 on 1145 dial. Good thing he wasn't racing anybody. Okay, Jason Fowler dialed in at 12:57 in the Ford pickup. Doug McKay dialed in at 13:58 in the Ford F-150 Ford pickup. Let's see if Doug McKay can still keep his winning streak this season on. And Doug McKay takes the win. He was 141 on the tree. Goes 1367 on a 1358 dial. Jason Fowler was late with a 509 light and never worked out for him after that. Vince Cardinale dialed in at 1650. Tony Nunes dialed in at 1575. And Vince Cardinale takes the win. He goes 1650 and 021 on the tree. Mike Young with the buy run here got dialed in at 1335. All right, now we're going to be into street. We got a lot of cars in street, so they're the biggest class we got here tonight. We got Doak Walker dialed in at 1480 out of Danville. John Triboli dialed in at 1168 out of San Ramon. Dodge versus T-Bird. Yeah, that's the new style T-Bird / old style. I never liked that body style. I mean, it just was not my cup of tea. It's everybody else's cup of tea, but not mine. And Doak Walker breaks out. He goes 1479 on 1480. Just missed it, but perfect run. 82 on the tree. John Trimboli was 036 on the tree. Goes 1172 on a 68 for a win. Walt. We got double red light. Steve Hayberger, and it's going to go to Walt. He was close to 016 to an 041 for the win. James Edens dialed in at 1264. Peter dialed in at 1280 out of San Pablo in the 08 Corvette. Come close. And Peter takes the win. He goes 067 on the tree, goes 1319 on a 1280 for the win. James was late with a 198 light and could not run that 12-second number. He went 20:37. Not a bad way to finish the night. Marco Gutierrez dialed in at 1305 out of Vallejo in the Jeep. Ron Lamori dialed in at 1485 out of Denville in the Cadillac CTS. And Marco's going to take the win. He goes 13:15 on 13:05, 2:44 in the tree. That's because Ron Lamori turned on the red light. Giannini Montiez dialed in at 16:75 out of Oakley. Don Hensley, 14:94 dial out of Brentwood in the 66 Chevelle. And the win's going to go to Don Hensley. He goes 120 on the tree. He goes 1504 and 1150 dial. Giovanni was better light. Goes 058 on the tree, but could not run that number. Joshua Lake dialed in at 1526. Nathan Contreras dialed at 1150. And the win goes to Nathan Contreras. He goes 1165 on 1150 dial, 210 on the tree. Joshua Lake had the better late, 151, and broke out 1524 on a 1526 dial. Just missed it, Joshua. Carrington Yip dialed in at 12 flat. Tim Byrne dialed in at 1699 in the 05 Chevy going against the 08 Jeep. And the win goes to Carlton Yip. He goes 12-10 on a 12-flat dial, 490 on the tree. Tim Byrne was 158 on the tree, broke out, goes 1692 on a 1699 for the loss. Spencer Marcel dialed in at 1290 out of Rona Park and the 73 Dart. Ron Drummond dialed in at 1230 and the 71 Corvette. And Ron Drummond is going to take the win. He's 092 on the tree. He goes 1239 on a 1230 for the win. Spencer Marcel was 096 on the tree. He went 1340 on a 1290 for the loss. Ron Eberhardt dialed in at 1217 out of Rona Park. Charlotte Skorlik dialed in at 1458 out of Sonoma in the Roadrunner. And Ron turns on the red light, so Charlotte's going to go back around with an 058 green light. Congratulations, Charlotte. Clay Gatsu going out to be the last car here in street. Then we're going to go into high school. And Clay's going to have to improve on the light before next time around. 648 on the tree. And he goes 1469 on a 1452 dial, 83 miles an hour. That brings us to next round of high school. We got Wyatt Paulson dialed in at 1487, and Dylan Gerda dialed in at 1320. He's from Petaluma. Paulson's from Napa. And double breakout win goes to Wyatt Paulson. He goes 1484 breakout on a 1487 dial for the win. 448 on the tree. Dylan Was 353 on the tree, had him treed, but broke out bigger, 1310 on a 1320 for the loss. Ethan Smith dialing at 1580 out of Vallejo in the Acura. Dustin Love dialing at 1580 out of Petaluma in the 74 GMC pickup. And Dustin's going to take the win. He goes 1580, dead on 046 on 3. It's hard to beat that. Ethan Smith, 720, and it got worse from that on out. Cody Frios down at 1680 with the buy run in the O'Reilly lane. Okay, we're back into the next round of jackpot. We got Mitch Gately dialed in at 10:15 in the Nova. Bobby Grabrian dialed in at 12:66 in the Mustang GT. I believe this is the semifinals of jackpot. So Bobby dialed in at 12:66. Mitch dialed in at 10:15. And Mitch Gately takes the win, goes 10:18 on a 10:15. It was 0:31 on the tree. Bobby wasn't bad off. He goes 0:54 on the tree, goes 12:67 on a 12:66 for the loss. Steve Ball dialed in at 13:05. Big Bad Brad Bowen dialed in at 12:16. Firebird versus Mustang. Steve Ball breaks out. He goes 12.95 on a $13.05. 0.35 on the tree. Big Bad Brad gets away with one. 0.68 on the tree. Went 12.17 on a 12.16 for the win. So he's into the finals going against Mitch Gately. We got some time runs here. Then we're going to be into gear jammers. All right, back in the gear jammers, we got Patrick Leroux dialed in 1188 in the Challenger. Ratio Throw dialed in at 1502 in the Honda. These two battle each other all the time. So we'll see. This is a quarterfinals, I believe, of Gear Jammers because I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Next time around, it'll be the semifinals. Got him. And ratio 206 light takes the win, goes 15-18 on a 1502 dial. Patrick Lemieux was 079 on the tree, goes 1221 on 1188 dial. Hit the brakes a little too hard. Ratio drove around him. Scott Frazier 1575 dial. Claudius Lau dialed in at 1265. So Ratio's into the semifinals. And Claudius Lau turns on the red light. So Scott Frazier is going to go into the final with a semifinal with a 178 light. Mark Chansey, he's going to go to the semifinals. He's going to race either Rachel Throw or Scott Frazier. One of those two, Scott Frazier or Rachel Throw, is going to go to the finals. With a bye run. Mark Chansey's going to have to rethink his number. He won 1458 on a 1464 dial. Breakout. Now we're back in the comp ride. Buck Benzinger dialed in 1125 out of Glen Ellen. Brad McNeil, 11 flat dial out of Katati. And Buck Benzinger turns on the red light, 331 to the dark side of the tree. Brad McNeil takes the win with a 223 green. So he's going to move on to the next round. Joe Neal dialed in at 1170. Kevin Diadamo dialed in at 1204. The Corvette out of Napa. Joe Neal out of Benicia. And this is the quarterfinals of Comp Rod. Next time around, it should be the semifinals. Kevin Diadamo takes the win. He goes 156 green, goes 1210 on a 1204. Joe Neal was late with a 325 light and went 1205 on 1170. We got Lola Perivalois dialed in at 1217 in the 66 Nova wagon. Neil Holcomb dialed in at 1179 out of Concord in the 67 Dart. And Lola's going to take the win. She goes 048 on the tree. Goes 1223 on a 1217 dial for the win. Neil Holcomb had a just as good like 048 on the tree. Goes 1194 on 1179 for the loss. All right, this is our Sports Street final. We got Vince Cardinale dialed in at 1646 out of San Francisco. Dead on Doug McKay dialed in at 1360. The 2021 Ford F-150. Can Doug do it again, or will Vince Cardinale stop him? And Vince Cardinale breaks out. He goes 1620 on a 1646 dial. So that means Doug McKay takes the win tonight in Fort Street. He goes 042 on the tree, goes 1369 on a 1360 for the win, and still your champion in Sport Street. Marco Gutierrez dialed in at 1305 out of Vallejo in the Jeep. John Chimboli dialed in at 1165 in the Dodge Charger. What is that? It's an SUV.
Oh,
It's a Dodge. Durango, I believe.
I think so.
And John Triboli, he's going to take the win. Goes 1165 on 4, 107 on the tree. Marco Gutierrez never had a chance with a 307 light. He won 1311 on a 1305 for the loss. Walt dialed in at 1378 out of Napa. Nathan Contieres dialed in at 1150 out of Hayward. And double breakout win goes to Walt. He goes 008 on the tree. He goes 1373 and 1378 for the win. Nathan was 176 on the tree. He was dialed in 1150 with 1138 for the loss.
925.
Clay Gatsu dialed in at 1448 in the 2014 Jeep. Ron Drummond dialed in at 1230 in the 71 Corvette. And Ron Drummond takes the win because Clay Gatsu broke out. He goes 1242 on a 1230 dial, 069 on tree. Clay Gatsu was 315 on tree and just never worked out pneumatically. All right, Don Hensley dialing in at 1493 in the 66 Chevelle. Charlotte Skorlick dialed in at 1485 in the Roadrunner. Charlotte takes the win. She goes 1458, dead on zero. 129 on the tree. Don Hensley was 135 on the tree. He goes 1492 breakout on a 1493 dial. They were watching each other right across the finish line all the way down. Charlotte probably thought she lost until she saw the win light. Joe Sisk dialed in at 925 on the Hayabusa. Sean Boldo dialed in at 1145 in the O'Reilly lane out of American Canyon. And Joe Sisk is gone. Sean Barlow takes him out. He goes 078 on the tree, goes 1146 on 1145 dial for the win. Joe Sisk was 1181 dial. Reaction time, 948 on a 925 dial for the loss. All right, we got Doug Love, 1350. Hey, he went bond. So Doug Love has to come up and see me, get a sticker. He gets a bond sticker, 007. All right, we're back in the high school. We got Cody Frios down in at 1680. Dustin Love down in at 1568. I believe this is the semifinals of high school. And Dustin Love's going to go to the finals. He goes 1581, 016 on the tree. 1568 was the dial. Wyatt Paulson, dial is going to the finals against Dustin Love.
Oh, his dad, Paulson's right there. His dad, the cop.
And Wyatt Paulson goes 257 on the tree. He's got to work on that reaction time going up against who he's going against in the finals. All right, jackpot finals coming at you. Mitch Gately, Big Bad Brad Bowen. Mitch Gately, 1015 dial in the Nova. Big Bad Brad, 1216 dial in the 2000 Trans Am. Who's going to win the big bucks? Will it be Mitch Gately, Big Bad Brad? I know where I got a feeling it is, but I can't say. And Big Bad Brad turns on the red light, giving the win to Mitch Gately. He was 035 red to Mitch Gately's 037 green. So Mitch Gately is your jackpot champion tonight. All right, we're going to do some time onlys right now. All right, I guess Gear Jammers got it figured out. It's going to be Scott Frazier going against
But I can't remember his name. Who's in the Roadrunner? No. Right there. The Fury.
it's going to be Mark Chansey going against Scott Frazier to get into the finals against Rachel Throw. She made it all the way to the finals tonight in Gear Jammers, so congratulations to that. Hopefully it's going to be Scott Frazier or Mark Chansey going against her in the finals.
I don't know who to root for. I know all three of them very well.
All right, Mark Chansey dialed in at 1457. Scott Frazier dialed in at 1575. Fiat versus Fury. Who's going to race Rachel Throw in the finals? Who do you guys think, Fury or Fiat? And it's going to be Mark Chansey. Goes 060 on the tree, goes 1467 on a 1457 dial for the win. She's going to be facing Rachel Throw next time around in the finals. The actress out of Santa Rosa in the 92 Honda Spoon. He goes 1531. She goes 1531 on a 1502 dial. 499 on the tree. She's going to try harder against Mark Chansey next time around. Rachel. All right, we're in the semifinals of Comp Rod. We got Kevin Diadamo, 1204 dial. Brad McNeil, 11 flat dial. Napa versus Katati. Vet versus Mustang. The winner of this faces Lola Paravalos in the finals of Comprod. And the win's going to go to Kevin Diadamo. He's going to face Lola Paravalos in the finals next time around. He goes 0-16 on the tree. He goes 12-04, dead on 0. Brad McNeil with double 04 on the tree goes 11-24 on 11 flat dial for the loss. So it's going to be Diadamo versus Lola. Good time to get that out of your system, Lola. 0-18 red. So next time around, you're going to be facing Kevin Diadamo in the finals. This is your motorcycle finals. We got Sean Baldo down at 11:45 of American Canyon. Doug Love dialed in at 13:35 Island Novato on the Bonneville. It seems like every week Doug Love's in the finals or semifinals. See what he can do here. And a double breakout win goes to Sean Baldo. He goes 0-34 on the tree. He goes 11-37 and 11-45 for the win. Doug Love was 0-69 on the tree. He goes 13-26 on a 13-35 for the loss. So motorcycle champion for tonight is Sean Baldo. All right, we're back in the street. We got Walt dialed in at 1378. And John Triboli dialed in at 1362, Dodge versus Mustang. Semifinals of street. Walt turns on the red light, so John Triboli with an 064 green moves into the final. Who's going to face him? Wait. It's one of these two cars. Charlotte Skorlik dialed in at 1458 in the Roadrunner. Ron Drummond, 1229 dial in the 71 Corvette.
Oh, excuse me.
And Charlotte Skorlik's going to take the win. Goes 1466 on a 1458 dial. She was 163 on the tree. Ron Drummond was better on the tree. He goes 115, but broke out 1228 with a 3 on a 1229 dial. So Charlotte Skorlik into the finals. Wyatt Paulson dialed in at 1480. This is your high school final. Dustin Love dialed in at 1568. A double breakout win goes to Dustin Love, who's 036 on tree, goes 1566 on a 1568 dial for the win. Wyatt Paulson was 093 on the tree, goes 1470 on a 1480 dial. So Dustin Love, your high school champion again. All right, here comes your Gear Jammer finals. Mark Chansey dialed in at 1457 out of Vacaville in the 64 Fury. Rachel Throw dial in at 1502. The actress out of Santa Rosa, California, in a 92 Honda Spoon. Who's it going to be? Chancey? Throw. These two have gone head-to-head for a few months.
It's like one bulb difference.
Yep, it's like one bulb difference. That's what Dead on Doug told me. So that's what it works out to be. One bulb difference. So it's going to be Rachel Throw or Mark Chancey. And Mark Chancey takes for him. He goes 1484 on a 1457 dial, 139 on the tree. Rachel Throw was better on the tree with a 136, but could not run that 1502 number, run 1535 on a 1502 for the loss. So Mark Chancey is your Gear Jammers champion tonight. So I'd like to thank everybody here on behalf of everybody in the tower and the starting line for showing up tonight. We'll be here again, I think, in
Is it 3 weeks?
In 3 weeks.
14th or something was next month,
well,
I think.
yeah, that's what I think too. I think it's the 12th or the 14th. It gives you a good area. It's the third Wednesday of June.
First, yeah, it is the third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, all winners, we're going to get you to get your pictures taken with Nick Bublitz at the starting line at the end of this race. So everybody, please come down and get your pictures taken, and we'll post them on Facebook. All right, you got final and Comprod and final and street coming at you. Couldn't ask for a better final in Comprod. We got Lola Pervalores and Kevin Diadamo. Lola dialed in at 1217 in the Nova wagon out of Petaluma. Kevin Diadamo, 1202 dial out of Napa in the 03 Corvette. All right, who's it going to be, Lola or Kevin? Two excellent racers. here, Pervalores and Diadamo. Not much separating them on the dials, 1217 to 1202. And it's going to be Kevin Diadamo takes the win. He goes 081 on the tree, goes 1202, dead on 6. Lola was late with a 134 late, goes 1225 on 1217 for the loss. So Kevin Diadamo, congratulations, you're champion tonight in Comprod. John Treboli, dialed in 1165 out of San Ramon in the 21 Dodge Durango. Charlotte Skorlick, dialed in at 1458 out of Sonoma in the Roadrunner. Who's it going to be? Charlotte or John? Both of them are excellent racers. Charlotte and John Triboli turns on the red light, so Charlotte Skorlick takes the win with a 095 green. So Charlotte is your champion tonight in street. So congratulations to Charlotte. We'll be getting our pictures taken at the start-finish line when we get down there, Nick and I. And I want to say congratulations to all our winners, and thank you for showing up, all our racers and spectators. I want to say thank you to Dan Nuvila and his crew. Paul, out here doing the starting line. I mean, cars going up, and all of us in the tower, especially Nick Bublitz. All right, thank you and have a good night. We'll see you in about 2.5 weeks.